presence in this hall, we have His Excellency Franz Michael Schultz, the Ambassador of the Embassy of Denmark in the Philippines. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us today. So now I call on Mr. Oscar Joseph Miguel, the President of the Palawan Business Club Incorporated, for his welcome message.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Congressman, represented here by of the first Congressman of the first, second, and third district of Palawan. I just duly represented here. Honorable Victorino Dennis M. Socrates, Governor of Palawan. Honorable members of the Sangguniang Panlalawigan of Palawan. Honorable mayors from the municipalities of Palawan. The representative of our city mayor. Also, we would like to acknowledge the presence of Vice Mayor Nancy Socrates. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, this is a fact. His Excellency, a very special guest, the Ambassador of Denmark. It's kind of difficult to say his name, so I'll just leave it at that. If you don't mind, sir, with all due respect. We are gathered in this hospitable hall to work on our conference's theme, Sulong Palawan, to indeed move on, bring sustainable achievements and its abundant yield to everyone along the way. Together, continue, expand to a broader horizon the impressive success of most, if not all, of our participants. We aim to link up, come together with, meet, join, connect, converge with, be contiguous with, and so on, with all the sectors and segments of society for its realization. Touch lives. Putting to the fore cohesiveness, that is, unity, which aside from dialogue, if you will allow me, is key to a stable life for everyone in this world we live in, that is so full of uncertainties. Our interaction reflects the need to work closely with each other, bringing harmony far and beyond. Welcome everyone. We wish you all bright days ahead. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much, sir. Sulong Palawan. Sulong, salitang nangangahulugan ng pagkilos. To move forward, to advance onward, to progress. And how can the business sector contribute to Palawan's progress? This we hope to answer in today's forum. The concept of sustainable development has received a growing recognition in the business and industry sectors over the years, building on the pillars of economic growth, ecological balance, and social progress. The business and industry sectors play a key role in sustainable development as their collaboration and partnerships with the government are essential. As an overview, we will have plenary speakers to discuss global and national development perspectives, updates and plans of the provincial government of Palawan, as well as that of the city of Puerto, Princesa, plus a discussion on sustainability amidst challenging times. We will have 3 panel discussions later, focusing on energy and power, human capital, and connectivity. Moving on, we shall now proceed with the plenary sessions. But first, allow me to introduce our first speaker. He is a visiting professor of IESE Business School in Barcelona, a professor of the University of Asia and the Pacific, and research director of the Center for Research and Communication in Manila. He has a PhD in economics from Harvard University and is a certified public accountant, having been one of the CPA board top-notchers. He obtained his bachelor's degrees in commerce and humanities, both summa cum laude, from De La Salle University. At Harvard, at age 21, he was among the youngest ever, or one of the youngest ever, to be teaching fellow in the College of Arts and Sciences. His special fields of study are development economics, social economics, business economics, and strategic management. He is the author of several economics textbooks widely used in Philippine schools and universities. He has written a number of management bestsellers like The Philippine Economy Towards First World Status, The Philippine Advantage, Book of Virtues and Values, Productivity, Path to Global Competitiveness, The Filipino Phenomenon, The Philippines at the Threshold of the Third Millennium, and The Positive Dimensions of Population Growth. He has received several prestigious awards such as the 10 Outstanding Young Men, Fulbright, Johnson Foundation, Asia Foundation, and the Instituto de Cultura Hispánica. He is currently a member of the boards of directors or advisory boards of leading national and multinational firms. Through his work at the University of Asia and the Pacific and the Center for Research and Communication, he is often asked to give advice to top government officials in many policy issues, especially in industrial policy and countryside development. He was a member of the Constitutional Commission that drafted the Philippine Constitution under the government of former President Corazon Aquino. Ladies and gentlemen, to discuss global and national outlook, please welcome Dr. Bernardo M. Villegas.
Thank you very much for your kind words, Governor Des Ortiz, and all the government officials here, both from the executive and the legislative, especially the heads of the local government units. His Excellency Ambassador Franz Michael Melvin, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me say that this is my first visit to Puerto Princesa after 10 years of not seeing your very progressive municipality, and I'm very impressed with what I have seen so far. And I'm sure I will be even more impressed when you, working together, government, business, academia, and civil society, will be implementing the very practical and down-to-earth strategies that I read from the document of Usapang Palawan that I just read. And it is very encouraging to note that the priorities that you set in that Usapang, coming from the grassroots, planning from bottom up, coincide almost exactly with the priorities of President Marcos Jr. He mentioned the importance, first of all, of agriculture, of tourism, of education, of health, and finally, the environment. Those are the sectors that I will briefly address as I first present what we will encounter as the global and national scenarios over the next 3 to 5 years. And then later, actually identify what are the additional measures that both from the national and local governments, we will have to implement to accelerate the growth rate that I assure you will be attained. 6 to 7% is already taken for granted. As long as our leaders just respect what have been accomplished over the last 30 years, a very slow but sure process, you, together with the nation, can grow at 6 to 7% yearly. But if we're able to implement what I'm going to identify as the additional measures, then the Philippines will be growing at 8 to 10% in the next 6 years. And I don't expect you to believe me just because I say so. I will present as much data within the short period we have. The PowerPoint presentation I have, could already start flashing it, has more than 30 slides. Obviously, I will not be able to cover those 30 slides. They will be made available to all those who will ask the organizers so that you can do your own homework to actually verify whether what this economist says about the future is actually based on empirical data. I'm sure you know that economists should not be taken on their own word unless they present data. And that's why I have this PowerPoint presentation full of tables. But I will not be able to cover them. I will just cover a few, just to show you that some of my statements are fully backed up by data coming from the most prestigious think tanks and financial institutions all over the world. I made it a point not to cite data coming from our government or from even local think tanks like CRC, because they can always be suspected of being self-serving. These data that you will read come from Hong Kong Shanghai Bank, Goldman Sachs, Oxford Economic Institute, the Center for Business and Economic Research in London, World Bank, and so on and so forth. Sources which are very dependent, and which institutions have been heaping praises on the Philippine economy at least over the last 10 years. Now, let me begin with the first set of data showing how the Philippines is regarded as one of the fastest growing economies in the region today. World Bank, absolutely independent. Take a look at what the World Bank says about 2022. That's 2022. The Philippines is going to grow at 6.5%, and you very well know that we will surpass that, because in the third quarter, everyone was surprised with the 7.6% growth rate. You know, President Marcos Jr. should be very happy. His very first quarter as president of this country produced a figure that is one of the highest, not only in Indo-Pacific, but in the world. They're only competing with India and Vietnam. Now, I present this, it's already outdated, just to show you the comparative figures. In this set of data from the World Bank, we even surpassed Vietnam. I say even surpassed Vietnam because, as I see it, Vietnam will surpass us by the end of this year. And the reason why Vietnam has actually already surpassed us in per capita income in 2020 at the height of the pandemic, at least two reasons. The Vietnamese government gave the greatest priority to rural and agricultural development, which we for more than 20 years completely neglected. So our first economic offense was to be so obsessed with industrialization, and the wrong kind of industrialization of that, inward-looking, protectionism, import substitution, In contrast with all our neighbors doing export-oriented, labor-intensive industrialization. But that was the biggest mistake. The biggest mistake is because our resources were so focused on that wrong strategy, we almost criminally affected rural and agricultural development. No farm-to-market roads, no irrigation systems, no post-harvest facilities. Now, as you know, we have been making amends for those mistakes. Build was a fantastic contribution of President Duterte. You may not exactly agree with what he did, at least in economics. He did two most important reforms on which President Marcos Jr. Can base his strategy. One was the Bill, and the second was the amendment of the Public Service Act, which now allows foreigners to own 100% of so many strategic infrastructure, like telecom, like airports, like railways, like subways. Before they were limited to 40%. And many foreigners did not want to be the minority for obvious reasons. Now, foreigners from all over the world, first from Korea, Japan, Taiwan, even China, and then from the US and Europe. And that is why I'm so glad to see our president literally all over the world. I don't mind his watching car races from time to time. As long as he meets the most important investors in the world, and that's what he's doing, because we will not be able to continue to build of Duterte, which was a very good start. You know the reason very well. We are buried in debt. We had to borrow billions and billions of dollars during the pandemic, and our debt to GDP ratio is at a very dangerous level of more than 60%. Historically, our debt to GDP ratio was only about 20 to 30%. Now, that figure is attainable, and we don't have the local resources, long-term capital, to continue to build. And what is the only way? Foreign direct investment. And that explains the behavior of President Marcos Jr. That's the first requirement for us to accelerate the 6 to 7% growth, which is guaranteed by 30 years of reforms. The first requirement is we have to get our foreign direct investment from the $10 billion that we attained in 2021 at the height of the pandemic. We got $10 billion, let's say that. But that has to increase to more than $20 billion by the end of the Marcos administration. And that's not difficult. Vietnam has reached $20 billion for the last 5 years already. Because that's the second reason why Vietnam surpassed the Philippines in 2020. Vietnam, still a socialist economy, that's the irony of it, was more open to foreign direct investments than the Philippines. And that is why a lot of those companies that were leaving China were just flocking to Vietnam, ignoring the Philippines. But that is changing. Now, what is another requirement? But before I do that, let me just show you a few more tables before we leave the data. Next, please. Just to be fair, Asian Development Bank, another source of independent data, thinks that Vietnam will surpass us in 2022. But really, the difference is 6.5, 6.5, and not to mention 7. Now I'm getting my forecast. After seeing the 7.6% growth in the third quarter, I am sure that the end of the year will see the Philippines growing at least at 7%, one of the highest in this region and in the world. That's for comparison. China will be growing at 3 to 4%. This economic dragon is now slowing down. And the Philippines is increasingly being noticed for its dynamic growth. Next, please. So just a few more. I just wanted to show you how between 2011 and 2019, despite the vast differences between the human and management qualities of Noy Noy and Duterte, I don't have to elaborate how different they were. The economy attained 67% year after year without fail, whoever was the leader. That shows you that those reforms over the last 30 years, let me just enumerate a few of them. Privatization, deregulation, liberalization under Fidel Ramos, the passing of the very unpopular VAT under Macapagal, which increased significantly the potentials for collecting taxes, and not to mention the bill, and the amendment of PSA. All those are examples of reforms of policies, amending the economic policy errors we made, plus the building of stronger institutions. The central bank, the NEDA, the OF, TTI. Over the last 30 years, if you care to examine, we always had the best and the brightest leading all of these economic agencies. Whatever the faults of the political leaders, they always made it a point to get the best and the brightest. To be governor of the central bank, secretary of finance, secretary of trade and industry, so on and so forth. And those people were responsible for little by little reforming economic policies. And when you have a critical mass of strong institutions and more sound economic policies, as I said, 6 to 7% can be attained. Even if the fears of some of you that we elected the wrong president comes true. I don't, of course, agree with those of you who are still yellow or pink, whatever you think of the political colors. I think that the president has shown in the last 3 months that he means business in really delivering the goods. But as I said, never mind. Even if he doesn't deliver, 6 to 7% will be attained. Then let me just show you that our resilience was shown after that huge drop because of the pandemic. Immediately we returned even higher than the average at over 7%. So those are data that are unquestionable. Next, please. And I just wanted to tell you that even if the world will go through a recession in the coming 2 years, and the probability is very high, probably not as bad as the Great Recession of 2008, 2012. I'm sure many of you were already in business or in government. You know, it started with the collapse of Lehman Brothers, and so many big banks collapsed, and the world went through a recession. You will take a look at the 2 global crises that many of us remember because of our age. You know. Me, definitely older than some of you. Heidi is much younger. She's still a millennial. No? But take a look at those 2 crises. First, in 1997, which began in Thailand, the Philippines hardly declined. You will see later on that countries like Indonesia, Thailand have minus 13, minus 7, minus 5. The Philippines has at minus 0.5. And then during the world recession, which started in 2008, we did not even have a decline in 2009. Now, why that resilience? Explanation is our young, growing, and for the purpose of the sector of highly BPOIT, English-speaking population, is our most important asset. That's called the demographic dividend. Even prescinding from all the social and moral issues of population control is always disastrous from the economic standpoint. And China is killing itself. Singapore was killing itself over the last 20 years for limited population. The aging process, which especially Elon Musk is lamenting, is worse than the challenge of climate change. We may preserve the climate But if there are no human beings on this planet, what good is the planet? And that is happening. Most developed countries are disappearing from this world, year after year. Give them enough time, there will be no Japanese on this planet. I don't know about these Scandinavian countries. I know the birth rates are also so low. But the Philippines still has a young, growing, and as I said, for the purpose of the human talents we have, English speaking, and those are the sources of our growth, come what may, in the world economy. Our export to GDP ratio is very low at 30%. Do you know what it is in Singapore? 140%. Hong Kong, 150%. Thailand, 70%. So it's a no-brainer. Those who are exporting too much, when the world collapses, they collapse. We don't export too much. So when the world collapses, what do? We sell to 112 billion Filipinos. And that actually was proven in the third quarter. Do you know what was one of the highest growth areas contributing to the 7.6% GDP growth? It's called accommodation and food services. You read it. That's Palawan. Accommodation, tourism, and food services, like what we ate in Banjao restaurant last night. Every time you go to a restaurant here, it's full. No? We are now indulging in revenge spending and revenge traveling. Now, where do we get the money? 10 million Filipino workers abroad, bringing in $30 billion. Multiply that by, incidentally, it will only be between 57 to 58 pesos by the end of the year. Don't believe in the alarmists who are saying the peso will be a senior citizen like me. I'm sure you know what that means. That the peso will be 60. It will not, I assure you. With the very aggressive moves of the central bank, very hawkish. The Italian is more hawkish than the Joe. They will increase the interest rate. And from all my observations of the central bank over the last 30 years, the central bank is very effective in inflation targeting. So with those increases in interest rates, the bad news is you will be paying very, very high interest in your loans. So if you can afford it, please don't borrow. But it will definitely be better for consumers because inflation will come down from the over 7% that we saw in the last 2 months to between 5 to 6%, which is still high. Normal inflation in the Philippines should be between 2 to 3%. But the central bank, in 2 episodes of high inflation, 2008 and 2018, after just 1 year of inflation targeting, they brought it down to the level of 2 to 3%. So I'm completely confident in this central bank that is rated often year in and year out as the best central bank in Southeast Asia. And our governor usually rated as the best governor in the world, like Jokno was. But this is the first time. By Verdura, Tetanco, all these people were always considered as one of the best central bank governors in the world. You have to be very proud of that. Now, let me just end. As I said, all the rest you can read to back up all my statements. What did this prestigious think tanks and financial institutions see in the Philippines for rating us very high among the emerging markets in the world? And let me just summarize what I've said so far. Number one, demographic dividend. We're one of the very few countries in the world that can still boast of a young and growing population. And it's very important in world economics today. Second, what I call geographic dividend. We are in the right place at the right time. The most dynamic region in the world for years to come is the Indo-Pacific region. You know, we used to use Asia-Pacific as the term for our region. We cannot ignore India. It's now more accurate to talk about Indo-Pacific region. And we're right at the epicenter. And this region has not yet fallen into the era of anti-globalization. America first in both Trump and Biden. Biden hasn't changed America first approach, and not to mention Brexit of the UK. We are not turning against globalization. And that's why it's so important that President Marcos Jr. is communing with the ASEAN countries and even talking to China. In this region, we can still benefit from better investment and trade relationships with one another. We call that a geographic dividend. Third is what we can call the temporal dividend. You know, if I were a professor, I would give you a test. Now, some of you, I'm sure, remember Economics 11 in UP or Economics 101. I'm sure all of you had to take a principles course in economics. And I'm tempted to ask you, what is Engel's law? No. And I'm sure you remember something about the German economist Engel, who said, when an individual or a family graduates from poor to middle income, the percentage of its budget that it devotes to basic things like kamote, kangkong, rice drops precipitously. And a higher and higher percentage of budget is dedicated to more sophisticated industrial products and consumer goods. And that is the trajectory of the Philippine economy over the next 20 years. We will be going through the range from low middle income, which is less than $4,000 per capita, and that will happen in 2 years. Our per capita income will go over $4,000 per capita, and we will graduate to upper middle income category. Until we reach $12,000 per capita, I'm talking about present prices, during which we will already be high income economy. And that will happen between 2040 to 2050, as long as the 6 to 7% growth is maintained over the last 15 to 20 years. So those of you who are below 40 at least are guaranteed to see the Philippines as a first world country between 2040 to 2050. I'm sure many of you have read that NEDA document called Ambition Natin 2040. So NEDA was being very ambitious, 2040. I try to be more conservative. I say it will happen between 2040 to 2050. Gives me at least 1 decade. And you know, every time I present figures like the one of Hong Kong Shine Bank that you will see in the slides, which projected the world economy to 2050, in which it will be the 16th largest economy in the world. You will see that in the slide. People look at me and say, Dr. Villegas, please don't tell us about 2050. We will not be there. Do you know what I tell them? Speak for yourselves. My mother lived up to 102, so I had the genes. But that's beside the point. I hope many of you will live close to 100. Among other reasons, you will receive 1 million pesos. Then, those are the 3 dividends that, come what may, even after Marcos will elect the wrong president, these things will proceed. Because who will take away from us demographic dividend? No one except couples who have a contraceptive mentality. And I don't think that will happen, given our culture. Filipinos still link marriage with procreation. Not what has happened in the rest of the world, but they're completely linked the two. Filipinos still love children. So I don't think we will ever go below 2.1 children referred to the woman. And that's not too much to ask. So every time I talk to graduates of our university, those who are married or are getting married, I said, do you want to be patriotic? Please agree with your respective spouses to have at least 3 children. And it's a no-brainer. You don't even have to study demographics. If the father and the mother die and you're not replaced by 2, the population will coming down progressively. Why is it 2.1? Because a good number of people don't get married. And then hopefully don't have children, hopefully. And so you have to add a ratio. That's why 3 is safe. No? The most patriotic thing that married couples can do, so we don't commit demographic suicide. Then, finally, in agriculture, so let me end by enumerating those 5 priority sectors that you arrived at with Usap Palawan. Agriculture. What must Marcos Jr. do? He must make sure that under his tenure, agriculture will grow at 2 to 3% every year. That's not too much to us, 2 to 3%. And in the third quarter, he can really boast. It already grew at 2.2%. Why do I say 2 to 3%? Because that's what Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia have been attaining. Agriculture cannot grow by much more than 3%, even if you are super duper agricultural producer. It's the very nature of agriculture. So that's the first requirement. And in Palawan, I'm glad to see Christian here, the biggest opportunity is in coconut. Because that's where, first of all, the majority of poor people in the Philippines reside, the coconut regions. 75% of those who are below the poverty line are in rural areas. And more than 50% of those people are in the coconut regions. Coconut farmers are among the poorest of the poor. And if we can replicate what Christian will present as the Lionheart model all over Palawan, at least southern Palawan, Palawan can make a very important contribution to the 2.2% average of agriculture. Then, obviously, you will be the tourism center, not only of the Philippines, but all over Asia Pacific. I'm sure you know that Palawan was rated as the best island resort in the whole world by an international magazine. With all due respect to Bali, and Bali is going to host the G20, you probably have read. Bali is so unfortunate to have volcanoes, earthquakes, tsunamis. The only thing you Palawan have is typhoon, and not as bad as we get in Luzon. And you have so much potential. My only challenge is to get the governor and the private sector to attract major investors in having a world-class airport in Coron, a world-class airport in Puerto Princesa, and a world-class airport in San Vicente. If you can have a Mactan type of airport in those 3 areas, you will have millions of tourists coming to Palawan over the next 10 years. And I'm so glad that we're having this just after the Ironman had its first event here. You will have a lot more Ironman events, I predict. And I know that because I was in the board of Alaska when we had the Ironman events in Mactan. Cebu cannot compare with the attractions of Palawan. And I'm saying this is flattery. This is true. And finally, you need, obviously, all the infrastructures that will make tourism succeed. I'm so glad that you have discovered the types of energy projects that are useful for off-grid areas, like the underground river. Right now, you have 2,000 islands. I'm sure 100 of them can be better in Boracay, but they have no energy. If you have the solar approach to off-grid energy resources, you can turn those 100 islands into Boracays. Whether it's Araceli, whether it's Uyo, whether it's whatever it is, many of you here will, of course, advocate for your respective islands. The approach that one of these companies like we energy, or the one who will be speaking probably, like, I think is very fortunate. You know, the ambassador from there will be telling us about the problems in Europe. When they put up an energy project, they have to put it very large to attain the economies of scale. And it's also a danger because it doesn't work. Thousands of operations are prejudiced. But it's an advantage to be an archipelago. You can have off-grid decentralized energy, and you don't have the disaster of just one large energy source non-functioning. So I find that as an advantage, and that's why solar is very suited to that. And it will tell you that in the future, we will have modular nuclear plants, also in different islands. In fact, we are now working with Semirara, which, as you know, is the biggest source of coal, to be a future site for one of those modular nuclear plants, which President Marcos already discussed in his trip to the US. And finally, I'm glad PLDT and others are represented here. You have to improve significantly your internet connections. Tourists will not come here if they cannot connect with people in other parts of the world. So those are the infrastructures that are obviously needed. And as I said, Palawan will definitely give President Marcos great joy when he sees what you are planning over the next 5 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. That was very enlightening and inspiring sharing po. Before we proceed, we will present a token to Professor Villegas. So may I request po si Professor here in front together with Governor Dennis, sir, to present our simple token to Professor Villegas. I'm over 40, sir, but I want to see also or to experience that economic trajectory, or if not in my lifetime, my children. By the way, I have 5 children, sir. Sorry. But anyway, initially we have already identified the first step to move forward. No? See, Professor Bernie was telling us to attract investors and then provide support infrastructure. So we have very heartwarming that during our Usapang Palawan, we have already identified the sectors that we have to develop. So we are presenting to you, sir, Palawan Dreams. It's a coffee table book. I know you're sharing with us that dream. Diba? So maraming salamat po, Professor. I know po all of us have learned so much from the sharing of Professor Villegas. So from global and national perspectives, we go to the local outlook. And so we will be hearing development policies, plans, and programs focusing at the local level. And to discuss updates on Palawan, as well as its development programs, is of course the Honorable Governor Victorino Dennis M. Socrates. Governor Socrates was elected during the May 9, 2022 national and local elections. But prior to that, he served as the Vice Governor of Palawan from 2013 to 2022 and as a member of the House of Representatives of the 2nd Congressional District of Palawan from 2010 to 2013. A member of the bar, he obtained his Bachelor of Laws degree from the University of the Philippines in 1986 and his Bachelor of Science degree major in Legal Management from the Ateneo de Manila University in 1982. Before his election as representative, he taught law subjects at the Palawan State University and had also served as mayor of Puerto, Princesa City. He is married to Judge Maria Rowena C. Pamalagan Socrates, with whom he has 5 children. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Victorino Dennis M. Socrates, Governor, Province of Palawan.
My friend is also our Provincial Tourism Officer. His Excellency, Franz Michael Skoll Melvin, Ambassador of Denmark to the Philippines. So I hope Google gave me the correct pronunciation. President Oscar Joseph Miguel and our friends from the Palawan Business Club, Honorable Lucilo Bayron, City Mayor Puerto, Princesa, represented by Madam Jovini Sagon of City Government, Dr. Bernardo Villegas and our friends from the University of Asia and the Pacific, Honorable Board Member Ariston Arsaga, former board member Albert Lama, Honorable Mayors, Mayor Richard Herrera of Tumaran, Mayor Perla Pacuel of Abutaya, Mayor Sue Padilla of Araceli, and Mayor Jaime Ortega of Orland. Our distinguished resource speakers, Mr. Christian Muller of Lionheart Farms, Ms. Heidi Enriquez, our homegrown icon of the business process outsourcing industry. Her parents are my contemporaries. She's a millennial. I think Mr. Quentin Pastrana of Winergy will be joining us online. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, mayad nga adlaw kanindong tanan. At the outset, I wish to thank the organizers and resource speakers for their efforts to bring about this important and necessary conference to discuss trends and opportunities for inclusive and sustainable growth in the new normal under the slogan Sulong Palawan. I also thank everyone here present, physically and virtually, for giving your time to join this conversation that hopefully will stir interest in the business sector to explore areas and modes of investment in Palawan. Allow me to take this opportunity to share something of the direction in which the present political leadership of the provincial government of Palawan is going. As you all know, this has been an election year, and we are more or less under a new administration in terms of mandate, if not entirely in terms of personalities. I'm actually new in the job of being the province's local chief executive, and I have to admit that I'm still adjusting into that role. Every now and then I ask myself, why am I here? And the quick answer is because there is a job to do and someone has to do it. Of course, the ultimate purpose of human existence is to know, love, and serve God, and so to share His eternal happiness. This is the one thing necessary. This is the doctrine of the universal call to holiness. We are all called to holiness, to union with God. Our life on earth is a preparation for eternity. Everything here is only of relative importance, relative to our eternal happiness. Life on earth is short. 8 years of life on earth is nothing compared to forever. But yes, it is in living morally upright lives that we work out our eternal happiness while here on earth. And living morally upright lives involves, among others, doing our work well, fulfilling our duties out of love for God and fellow men. Government workers or public servants, of which I am one, have different specific tasks and duties. But it is also good to consider that there is a kind of unity to the work of government as a whole, because government is an institution from the Latin word ens, which means being, from which our English word entity derives. Government is an entity separate and distinct from its components. All government workers are part of this, whatever our different roles, and therefore we can take credit or blame or the results of government operations. It is not just the engineers who build roads. Without the accountants, without the sangguniang panlalawigan, and so forth, there will be no roads. Even our security guards, utility aids are all part of the operations of government. Our government workers should take legitimate pride in knowing that government is not just a necessary evil, it is an authentic human reality. Government is the embodiment of the union of wills that constitutes the formal cause of social life. Our duties as government workers are already practically spelled out by existing laws and regulations. But it is good to consider that the primary objective of government is to promote justice. In our case, not so much the justice of sending criminals to jail, but of distributive justice, of making sure that everybody gets what is due him from the collective. Resources, taxes have to be applied as far as practicable to the common good, which is, in the language of the Second Vatican Council, the sum total of social conditions that enable people to achieve their end. On the part of politicians, we are here to make the occasional political decisions. These are decisions that are within the bounds, but are not determined by law and morality. Decisions that are hopefully reflective of the choice in its pure sense, personada, of the majority, such as appointments from a list of qualified applicants, budgeting, and a myriad possible reasonable regulations for human behavior. In this connection, as an aside, one of the things often overlooked in political discourse is the idea contained in the physician's motto, primum non nocere. First, do no harm. In many cases, the minimum of doing good is simply not doing wrong. That is why 8 out of the 10 commandments of the Decalogue are expressed in negative terms. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, and so on. That is why I tell my friends that I just want to survive this term without committing so many sins or causing so much damage to the common good. Whatever we do, it is good to remember that from a human perspective, everything adds up to zero. For every credit, there is a debit. It is only our supernatural faith that gives real value to our labors. But yes, avoiding wrong also means doing whatever positive duty we may have under the law or as a matter of good conscience. And we know that development is a moral imperative. Thus, we want our province to be one wherein everyone can be productive, can prosper, can live happily. We need to convert or transform forest into garden. Indeed, the idea of paradise was never a forest. It was already the Garden of Eden when God settled the man in it to cultivate even further. And the way to avert, I will dare say the only way to avert the so-called tragedy of the commons is for government to take a proactive lead in the planned development and management of our communal resources. And yes, the development we have in mind is sustainable development, which of course means, in the language of the Strategic Environmental Plan for Palawan, the improvement in the quality of life of present and future generations through the complementation of development and environmental protection activities. In this connection, it is also worth recalling these words of St. Pope Paul VI, and I quote, in the very first pages of Scripture, we read these words, fill the earth and subdue it. This teaches us that the whole of creation is for man, that he has been charged to give it meaning by his intelligent activity, to complete and perfect it by his own efforts and to his own advantage. It is obvious, however, that to achieve the goal of bringing Palawan from out of the forest and into the 21st century, we need all the help we can get from all partners. That is why we are especially grateful for the strong and growing presence of the Palawan Business Club and other business organizations. We believe that government has to work hand in hand with the private business sector as well as civil society organizations in our trajectory towards a common good. We are especially interested in seeing public and private partnerships under the relatively new PPP law work to bring in investments to enhance inclusive economic growth. Finally, if there is anything that can be called a personal agenda on my part, it is the idea of good government. This means we want to make the system work. Good government also translates into the essential characteristics of transparency, accountability, rule of law, and participation. Transparency means we should have nothing to conceal. Accountability means we should be able to explain, defend, and justify our decisions and actions before God and our fellow men. Rule of law means we need to abide by the rules and processes mandated by the legal system because ours is a government of laws, not of men. And participation means we need to involve as many of our constituents as practicable in our deliberations and decision making because the Republic of the Philippines is a democracy. Thank you and congratulations to all of you and to everyone who, one way or another, contributed to making this event happen. Thank you for bearing with me. All the best, Kalimantan.
Thank you very much po, Governor Dennis Socrates. We also would like to acknowledge Mayor Danao of Nara. We also would like to acknowledge, of course, our participants joining us via Zoom, those watching us via Facebook Live. So maraming salamat po sa inyo. Three takeaways: sustainable development, inclusive growth or inclusive development, and good governance. Of course, good governance in four: transparency, accountability, rule of law, and participation. All right, so thank you very much po once again, Governor. Moving on, we shall now hear updates from the city of Puerto, Princesa. Home to the World Heritage Site, Puerto Princesa Subterranean River National Park, or the Underground River, Puerto Princesa City is a first-class, highly urbanized city and is one among the 38 independent cities in the country. In recent years, it has really contributed to tourist arrivals, not only in the province, but in the whole region as well. To discuss the plans and programs of the city government is the Honorable Mayor Lucilo Byron, now represented by the City Planning and Development Coordinator, Engineer Juvenie C. Sagun. She is a licensed civil engineer and environmental planner, and she took her bachelor's degree in civil engineering at Holy Trinity College and has a postgraduate degree in urban and regional planning at the UP School of Urban and Regional Planning. She is serving the city government of Puerto Princesa for 32 years now and has 17 years of experience as a department head of the city planning department. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our city planning and development coordinator, Engineer Juvenie C. Sagun.
Thank you, Maribel. To the Honorable Governor Dennis Socrates, the distinguished plenary speaker, Dr. Bernardo Villegas, the CEO of the University of Asia and the Pacific, and of course, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Denmark to the Philippines, the honorable members of the Sangguniang Panlalawigan, the honorable mayors and officials, the officers and members of Palawan Business Club Incorporated, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Mayor Lucila Orberon cannot join us today due to his conflicting schedules with his earlier commitments. So he requested me to read to you his message on the strategic direction, the development thrust and priorities of the city government of Puerto Princesa for this term, 2022 to 2025. Next slide, please. From super apuradong administrasyon, we have changed gears to mega apuradong administrasyon. Mas apurado na ngayon because our 3-year term is very short. The following will be our strategic direction for 2022 to 2025. All ongoing programs and projects shall be continued up to completion. Next slide. In the field of governance, next slide, we will be more aggressive in bringing government closer to the people. Next slide. By enhancing the capabilities of our established mini city halls, the enhanced satellite clinics, the PNP stations in Barangay Macarascas, San Rafael, Los Beminda, and Lapsan. Next slide. Next slide, please. We shall establish a water system in rural barangays in partnership with the City Water District. And 3, more infrastructure projects shall be initiated by the administration to ensure quality projects at lower costs. And number 4, we shall continue our caring programs for the senior citizens, PWDs, and other similar programs, including hemodialysis patients assistance program. Next slide. And we will be more aggressive in inviting investors to invest in Puerto Princesa City by holding investment forums and briefings like the one we held at Conrad Hotel last October 27. Next slide. We will be more aggressive in our housing program implementation, focusing first on our coastal dwellers, in line with our goal of saving our base from pollution and ensuring the safety of our constituents. And we will continue to enhance the capacity of these select departments in the city government, the engineering, the architect, health, and agriculture offices. And on tourism, this remains the main industry as of now, and we will encourage more tourists to visit Puerto Princesa by improving our present tourism destinations, establishing new tourism destinations, popularizing our present events, developing new events, and aggressively promoting the city itself as a destination. On the development of new destinations, we will fully develop the Balayong People's Park and the Ramon V. Mitra Jr. Sports Complex. We will construct these following projects. And also, we will renovate the City Coliseum and redevelop the Coliseum Park. We will construct a multi-level steel parking building and commercial buildings at the back of the Coliseum under PPP or JV modality or long-term lease. We will also improve the Acacia Park with glamping facilities, canopy walk, and picnic areas. Undertake Sabang Wharf development for the convenience of our guests. And we will develop the environmental estate to become a top destination. For the Puerto development, prerequisites are the preparation of Irawan relocation site. We were able to purchase 23 hectares of land for relocation in Irawan, to relocate the 904 coastal dwellers or families at Puerto. And then we're going to reclaim the area to construct a 5,000 capacity convention center, a construction of Bay Cruise Wharf, while the business sector may build hotels, restaurants, bars under PPP or JV or long-term lease. And we're going to develop a nighttime economy there. We'll also complete the Tagoros Applier reclamation and development, the Honda Bay Wharf reclamation development, and we will pave roads to tourism destinations. Next slide, please. On events, we will organize events to promote sports tourism. We will develop our playing venues and hold international competitions such as dragon boat races, the Ironman. Actually, we have a 3-year contract with Ironman, as well as DepEd sports events, VIMP Yaga Friendship Games, and Philippine Sports Commission sports events. We'll also institutionalize and popularize our festivals like the Subarao, the Pistayang Kagaban, the founding anniversary celebration, the Love Affair with Nature. It's a massive mangrove planting on Valentine's Day, and the Balayong Tree Planting and Nurturing Festival. We'll also organize MICE events, particularly those for the continuing education program. To realize this, we will construct and operate a 5,000 capacity convention center at Puerto area and a 30,000 capacity convention center at Santa Lucia Environmental Estate. Next slide. On agri-fisheries, this remains to be a priority of the city government. We will help reduce cost of production and help sell products at better prices to ensure profits for our farmers and fisher folks as incentive to produce more. On farming, we establish farm mechanization facilities in our mini city halls, such as tractor pool and other mechanized equipment. We will also complete the development of the Irawan Integrated Trading Center to construct a halal slaughterhouse, establish the livestock trading center, and to finish and operate the public market for retail, and also to finish and operate the dormitory for farmers and fisher folks from the municipalities. Then operate the Bagsakan Center as a wholesale market for producers, while restaurants, pasalubong center, and souvenir shops be established and operated by the business sector. Construct FMRs to open additional production areas. Number 4, to enhance the capability of the City Agriculture Office in vegetable production, urban farming, and high-value crop production. Construct small irrigation facilities. Also, to finish the construction of markets in Baywalk, San Jose, Irawan, Kamuning, and we also have markets in the southern part of Puerto Princesa, that's in Kamuning, while in the northern areas, the Salvacion Market. And in all of these markets, not all stalls will be awarded, but the farmers and fisher folks will be given a chance to, on a daily basis, to use a stall for their produce. And number 7, allocate funds for the following projects in the fishing industry. Establish the Puerto Princesa Integrated Fish Port in Barangay Buena Vista, sa West Coast, and Barangay Bangkao, dito sa East Coast, that are strategically positioned to serve both coasts. The Puerto Princesa Integrated Fish Port will be a one-stop shop with the following facilities: cold storage, bank, ice plant, freshwater station, processing plant, fish market, gasoline station, etc. These facilities will be financed or operated by the private sector, either by PPP, JV, or long-term lease. Natapos na po namin yung feasibility study and detail, and then ito po ilulong namin sa bangko yung site development while the private sector will be putting up these facilities. Okay, now we proceed to the health sector. Health will be intervention against poverty. We shall focus on preventive medicine and non-curative medicine. We will operate our enhanced satellite clinics as birthing facilities and as diagnostic centers covered by PhilHealth beside the mini city halls. The City Hall complex is the main diagnostic center with hemodialysis capability. We will also operate our city cemetery and crematorium. Actually, we started na around 3 weeks ago na po, na lahat po ng burial ay hindi na po dito sa old cemetery, but doon na po sa ating Santa Lourdes Cemetery. Please slide. Next slide, please. That's in Santa Lourdes, the new cemetery and crematorium. And on environment, we shall continue to protect environment and mitigate the impacts of people on the environment through four main programs. First, save our bays, Puerto, Princesa Bay, and the rest of the bays in the city. We will establish more wastewater treatment plants. Coastal dweller families, yung mga nasa danger zones, will be relocated to safer areas. And we will reclaim these vacated coastal areas. And we will construct drainage systems. We will also implement fully the City Ordinance Number 993, or the single-use plastic and styrofoam regulations, and continue the regular conduct of coastal cleanup. To save our tropical mangrove forests, we will continue the Pistayang Kagaban, Love Affair with Nature, and the Bantay Bubat or Bantay Puerto program were already transferred to City Agro for management and supervision. Establish a new sanitary landfill sa Central Puerto Princesa, sa northern barangays po ito. We're able to secure an area kung saan namin malalocate ang aming mga sanitation services, both for solid and liquid waste, and a facility that is compliant with environmental regulations. Number 4, continue and expand our urban forestry program and formulate the city in the forest aspect. For the peace and order, we shall continue to promote peace and urban area. Kung mapapansin ninyo ay mga smart lights, while in the rural areas ay solar street lights po ay aming install. And construct and operate the police stations in Barangay Luz Biminda, Napsan, San Rafael and Macarascas, equipped with police cars for mobility to ensure police visibility in the rural barangays. Just last Monday po, we inaugurated the mobile patrol units of the police of PNP to be stationed to the rural service centers or the mini city halls. Install more CCTVs within the population area, modern traffic light system, and expand and enhance our anti-crime program. Under education, undertake a massive school building program, construct school multipurpose buildings, and strengthen the daycare program by hiring additional qualified daycare teachers and constructing additional standard daycare buildings. And also to upgrade the city library to e-library. Under infrastructure, follow up the Puerto Princesa Viaduct project, undertake urban and rural roads development and improvement. We'll fully operate our city engineering department plans consisting of rock crushing plan, asphalt patching plan, and the concrete patching plan, and fully utilize our concrete and asphalt pavers. And we'll also buy additional construction equipment. Next slide. Okay, so that would be all. That is contained in the executive and legislative agenda, which was formulated jointly by and mutually agreed between the legislative and the executive departments. Thank you for your attention. Magandang umaga po sa inyo.
For that very detailed presentation on the plans and programs of the mega apuradong administration of the city government of Puerto Princesa. I'm sure Dr. Villegas is very happy as these pillars presented are in line with the pillars for prioritization of the current administration. So we have governance, tourism, agriculture, health, environment, education, and infrastructure. And I'm sure all other local government units in the province are also geared towards the development of this sector. So thank you very much once again, Engineer Safwan. So moving on, so earlier we have said that there will be plenary sessions and panel discussion. So we are now going to have the first panel discussion, which is on power and energy. I know most of us can relate on the issues and challenges that we have identified during the Usapang Palawan, especially that we have our local government units or our local chief executives are here with us. Allow me to introduce first, before we move to the panel discussion one, our moderator for the 3 panel discussions. Our moderator is the CEO of Dang Maria Properties and Investments Holdings Corporation. Her career path includes the following. she had training or she had experience working with the Development Academy of the Philippines, the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development, or even before that, the SPNP right now. The Nickel Asia Corporation as the Community Relations Manager and as Consultant for Public Affairs of Ryutuba Nickel Corporation. As a business person, her businesses include Neva's Pizza Delight, Dang Maria Bed and Breakfast and Restaurant, and Palawan Choice Properties Realty. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for today's business forum, none other than Ms. Jane Timbangkaya Urbanek. And joining her on stage, I'll invite you on stage, is our panelist for Energy and Power, Mr. Cesar Ventura. Mr. Cesar Ventura is the convener of JEDAG, the Joint Energy Development Advisory group, who has actually developed a energy plan for the province of Palawan. Sir Cesar? Here, sorry sir. May I now invite on stage Ma'am Jane.
I just want to revisit what we did in 2014. This the Palawan Island Development Plan, the 20 years long-range plan for Palawan. It is an effort by the JEDAC. It included the members of the DOE, the city government, even the USA is with us at that time. Please, next slide. Now, we look into the generation development. From the 2014, we are trying to have two generation mix, which is the first generation involving generation mix of mostly fossil-based plants such as diesel, bunkers, and coal using solar as distillation for that diesel energy. The second scenario entails the use of other resources like hydro, wind, and solar, limiting the use of fossil-based plants to decay reserve. But I look at it now, there are only two, it is solar and this potential hydro resource. In the mainland Palawan, we have about 182.471 megawatt, which is available to be exploited or can be have an adjustment. Next slide. Now, this is demand forecast for 2014 to 2035. And in conservative scenario, based on 2014, we have a forecast of 129.4 megawatt by 2025. That's supposed to be. The aggressive demand, we're looking at if everything economic will go as fast, we will look into it to check it to reach about 208.1 megawatt by 2025, comparing to that conservative. To increase fivefold by 2025 to 379.3 megawatt. But now, our present capacity is only about 60 megawatt. From 2014 to 2022, it is about 6 years. But I think one big factor that has a little growth on our capacities because of the pandemic, which brought something like that goes the tourism industry in Palawan was much affected. Next slide. For transmission development, by 2016, the parliamentary transmission line should connect now up to El Nido in the sun. I think this has been done through the National Power Corporation by the National Fund. While it is also vision that Dumoran Island would be connected by underground cable, but this did not materialize. So this now the transmission development status at this as of now. Next, please. Next slide. For distribution development system, based on the data in 2013, we have about 1,960.48 length of lines in kilometers. But the plan is to extend or have additional of 1,515 kilometers. I don't have that data in that. But what I know so far, the typhoon Udin actually damages all the distribution system from Puerto to the north. That's what happened in on the last year. Next slide. Now, this is one of the issue, system losses. Under our study, based on the ERC, the cap is 14%. That's manageable. They can tolerate that. But Palawan and Vicente, because we have two distribution utilities, Palawan at that year has about 11.9% system loss. I think that's still high. While the Vicente has about 10.43 system loss. So looking at that, what is the effect to us? The high percentage system loss may be caused by the poor distribution system that should need upgrading. I think that's not been addressed until now. The high percentage of system loss is an annual 1.8 billion. That's added to the cost of generation. Meaning to say, we have to pay that to the independent power producer.
Saan makakabili?
But it was wasted because of that
electronic ko,
distribution system that we
mga
have.
tindahan ng cellphone sa mga close.
And also, with the four distribution system,
Dali manubat yung sa akin.
that's
Pili ka ng
also the
roaster,
cost of more
20
brown
ampere
out.
yan.
Ano bang peso ang taas 50?
So this is
May 30
one
eh.
of the issues
Pero
that
hanggang
has to
20
be
lang
addressed.
pwedeng dalhin sa aeroplano.
Now,
Okay.
the major causes why Palawan Island run was not fully realized because on that year, 2014, we're still expecting that we can receive the Malampay royalty for Palawan. And that's, we projected about 200 billion. And for this plan, we can use about 50 billion to completely achieve what is our vision in that energy plan. But because of the ruling of the Supreme Court, it is not within the jurisdiction of Palawan, then we don't have any share. So this is what happened. Next slide. The major issue that confronting us now, I think that is on my own perspective. That's my belief. Lack of funds because a total blackout in the province of Palawan and the city of Puerto Princesa. There's an experience last October. The Independent Provincial Operating Palawan has served notice last October 2022
20
that they may be forced to shut down their power plant
20 amperes.
because of the delay
amperes?
on the
May 50
transfer
niya.
of the subsidy to them. That's the issue. Now, if this is delayed in the releases, naturally,
Wala po,
they
ano lang
must
yan.
not get the GSL requirement to power to generate to run their power plant. So this something is very
Ay, sa ilalim po,
maybe
merong
dangerous for Palawan in the city of Puerto Princesa. Okay, next slide. Government subsidy is sourced from missionary charges. Agreed. So the subsidy that being paid to the IPPs come from that. So if that will be phased up, what will happen to us? So Palawan being an off-grid island is under the mission program covered by government subsidy. So that's why we are still blessed by that government subsidy until now. Next slide. Next slide.
Hindi na siya panel discussion.
Now look into this
Hindi, mamaya
estimated
yan.
annual subsidy.
Kasi energy at saka ano?
Now,
Infra ba yun?
the total
Ano
power
yan?
plant
Ground
capacity of our independent power
Para lang may
plant in
pag-usapan.
Palawan, including city of Puerto is about 68 megawatt. That is the total capacity. Now, I just computed on the 75% daily demand, including the peak demand. So we have 75%, meaning to say, hour. And monthly demand is 32,400,000 kilowatt hour. That would mean annual demand of 388,800,000 kilowatt hour. If this is the annual demand, this has to be the what they call the true cost of generation, which is based on what I get. The information that I received, it is about 18.61 per kilowatt hour. That's the true cost. being paid to the IPPs. Okay? So we can look at how much is that. That's 7,235,000,000 annually. So meaning to say, this is what is the income of the IPPs in Palawan. The net zero cost charge to consumer is around 6.90 per kilowatt hour. So this is what in the all electric bill. You can look at the generation, cost of generation being billed to us is only, while the remaining is the estimated government subsidy. So meaning to you can look at this 4,759,300,800, which is being allocated for Palawan. So this is the issue. If there is not enough from the universal charges, they have to look for other, which I think in the Senate hearing, they, I think, appropriate to the national to just provide to offset some of the balance or remaining. So this is an issue that we have to raise. Otherwise, we'll suffer some consequences on this issue. Next slide. Next slide, please. Now the concern. The phase out of the different charges means a total absorption of the true cost of the consumer. Would we want that? The irregular provision of phase of government subsidy in the means the delay in the payment of subsidy to the IPPs and we shut down their general power plant. That we don't want. A phase of government subsidy may mean the Palawan consumer will have to pay the true cost of generation that may be as high as 20 per kilowatt and plus other charges. So this is not the situation in Palawan and the city of Puerto Princesa. Next. Is this the alternative solution? So I'm now presenting now what I believe would be the alternative solution for Palawan. And this is based on my feasibility study. Now, we need a solar farm system. I think this was also mentioned for previous speaker. But now with the new technology that's now in the market, even in other countries, a battery storage system would have to be part of this project, which now we call it the hybrid solar power system. So I try to look at this, it could be, it is feasible or viable or economically viable in Palawan. So with that, next slide please. Now just present to you as reference only. Tesla as a mega fund, I think even the foreigners knows this. Even in California and Texas, they have now the mega fund to complement during peak hour demand. And so with that, I thought, would this be also be appropriate for Palawan? Okay, next slide, please. Now, this is the visual study, the illustration of the 20 megawatt. It will be a system that will connect to the utility grid and distributed by Paleco to its consumer. Next slide, please. Factors considered in the study of the 20 megawatt hybrid solar power system. Of course, we need the location. That's very important. With my discussion with the mayor last week, I presented this to him already. He had committed, actually, 100 hectares at the Santa Lucia Environmental Park or solar farm. So he's ready for that. An investor willing to go into this kind of project, there's already a land that's available. Next slide, please. The elevation orientation accessibility to the transmission line. That's one of the factors that should be considered. This area is actually adjacent only to the transmission line system. So there's no problem. It is accessible to the airport, to the port, which is within the vicinity. The orientation, we can still be subject to the technical evaluation further. I just want to look into the area. Next slide. Now, this is from the NREL. the annual sun hours. For Puerto Princesa, we have an annual sun hours of 4.5 to 5.0. I think this is, we are in the middle of that highest, but still highest because the annual sun hours is the maximum is 7.0. Still we have a good sun hours in Palawan, which is almost in the middle of Palawan. Next slide. The cost of solar panels and battery storage system. I just get my resources, the data from the China manufacturer. I've done on online research, canvassing whether what's the best or the best quality, what's the price. But you know, when it comes to solar panel, China is number one. They have the best quality and they have the lowest price. Even in the battery storage, the technology and the quality can compare to other countries like the US. Actually, even now the modern electric vehicle is from China. They're in advance. They can move because of their battery quality, using also the lithium. Next, please. Now, let's look into the comparative analysis of true cost generation. This is not the result of my physical study. How much is actually the true cost that would be from the hybrid solar system? On this presentation, the table comparing to generating cost from power plant of 18.619 per kilowatt hour, the hybrid solar system can offer a 9.50 pesos per kilowatt hour. So this is almost 48% savings. Better, lower than what is now here. And that would actually redound even to the consumer. If the consumer is being billed at 6.369 per kilowatt hour, with the hybrid, there will be the reduction. So it will lower also the cost of your bill. So this is how the result of my FS on the 20 megawatt. Next slide, please. Now, this is the capital investment I look at it based on my study. For a 21 megawatt solar farm system, it requires about 552,500,358.68 pesos. On the 49 megawatt hour, not megawatt hour is the storage capacity of the battery, we need around 1,050,446,963. So there are other capital investments. So the investment is 1,637,047,360.31. Is there available funds for this? Actually, the PVP is for more than a decade has windows for the renewable energy. It's the key tax. But this is still available. I look at that as a possible source of funding. The term is 20 years at 3%. Next slide. Now I look at the schedule of amortization. I know very small figure, but on the operation, it will pay the principal including the interest out of its income. And so this is the schedule of amortization. Next slide, please. Projected annual receipt from from hybrid solar. Just to shortcut, we have a gross profit from 20 years of operation, around 3,312,791, 517.09, on the basis of 950 per kilowatt hour. So that could be still be evaluated further with it. But I look at it that this may be the best approach for our power program. Next slide, please. Now, this is just a model, a public-private partnership. On this private partnership, City Government will initiate. Their done is their equity. And you consider the Puerto Princesa Electric Cooperative. Why is that not Paleco? Well, there's some proposal. although this will be just this is the first time this will be in this conference. Puerto Princesa is about like to have its own cooperative. This will be, it may be the only way is about having its subsidiary of the mother Paleto. So it will have its own entity, meaning to say its own board of directors. Right now, the board of directors come from the north, from Puerto, in the southern. Means the policy of the resolution, it will be decided by the other district. But in this case, is the board of directors from Puerto, which will only solve or discuss all matters and issues of power of Puerto Princesa. I think this one, I don't know, but this one is a suggestion. That can also be replicated in Northern Palawan, so another cooperative subsidiary in another in Southern Palawan, so that all issues that will be addressed by its cooperative. So this is one of our proposal. That 20 megawatts hydro power system, the investor can be one of them if they want to look into it. So this is how we present this power that could resolve for the Palawan city government. Next slide. For the high resource power system can fully Thank you. That ends my presentation.
Thank you very much, Sir Ma'am Jane.
Thank you very much.
Yes, with your indulgence, we still have another presenter po. And I'd like to introduce first our another member of the panel on energy and power. He is the president of Winergy Power Pilipinas. He's joining us on Zoom. Sabang Renewable Energy Corporation and head of business development for Winergy Global. He graduated with degrees in business, international relations, and creative writing from the universities of Georgetown, Cambridge, and Oxford. Winergy is spearheading the development of 16 additional clean and smart microgrids across Palawan beginning 2023, building on its multi-awarded flagship project in Sabang, which hosts the UNESCO World Heritage Subterranean River in Puerto Princesa. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Vice President of the Palawan Business Club Incorporated, Mr. Quintin V. Pastrana. Sir.
Thank you very much for your time. I will keep this short and sweet so that we can stay on time for the other important speakers and panelists. I just want to share 3 points. The first point being that instead of public relations, this is more for performance reporting. I'm proud to share that as one of the investors in Palawan, Puerto Princesa, that we have been providing 24/7 clean, reliable, and affordable electricity to the community of Sabang, which as our moderators talked about is the multi-awarded UNESCO World Heritage Site. We're happy to note that instead of coal or other fossil fuels, we are using clean, reliable, and affordable energy. We're very happy to note that even through the pandemic, through the typhoons, we were able to provide reliable service where there was none. And that's something that leads to the second point, which is we want to build on that experience, that world-class experience, pioneering experience. It makes Puerto Princesa a clean energy source to other parts of Palawan, which is why we have, with Paleco, we have won a tender for 16 microgrids across Palawan, from El Nido down to Rizal. And we're happy to build on that experience in 2023 so that we can provide 24/7 electricity. Now, I know from Mayor's speech and our conversation last week at the Palawan Puerto Princesa Business Forum, Investment Forum, that there is a lot of investment plans for Puerto Princesa itself, including the former Iwahi estate, now an environmental estate. And we have expressed our commitment to the mayor that we can also build the same type of microgrid in the estate, because that will allow us as a city to be independent, energy secure, and a leader in renewable energy. So we can transplant an experience that was already there in Sabah to closer to the main area of Puerto Princesa, where we have a demonstrated proof point. The costs are going to be very transparent. We will go there, we will submit a proposal, and we hope that you will consider. Finally, I want to share, as an adopted Palaweño and a resident of Puerto Princesa, we're very, very happy for the opportunity to work with you, with all stakeholders, to be able to really do the microgrid concept in all areas where we're invited. So there is an opportunity to build on these microgrids that are 24/7, clean, reliable, and affordable. Based on the experience in Sabah, we will do it. And finally, as a member of the Palawan Business Club, I'm very happy to organize a plant tour when you're ready, so you can see what has happened in Sabah, not just for the plant, which is 24/7, clean with Tesla batteries, as our previous speaker had mentioned, but you want to also talk to the customers themselves. Don't rely on our feedback. Magtanong lang kayo sa mga customer namin as to how their lives have improved, how the security has improved, how the livelihood and incomes have gone up. And we are going to be happy to host you on that tour through the Palawan Business Club, so you can see what we can do for the rest of Puerto Princesa, Palawan. So with that, I want to thank you very much for the opportunity. For the organizers, congratulations. To my mentor, Dr. Bernie Villegas, thank you for spearheading this. And we look forward to collaborating with you for clean, reliable, and affordable energy in Puerto Princesa. Maraming salamat po.
My class, given to me by the Palawan Business Club, is to help ensure that we will have a vibrant, very fruitful discussion or conversation about something as important as energy.
I'm sure you read that when President Marcos was in the US, he was discussing with some energy experts there about these modular nuclear plants that can be put in very small areas like islands. Now, unfortunately, if we decide on that approach, it will take more than 6 years. It will be beyond even the term of President Marcos. It's still not a tested technology. But the nuclear plant in Bataan is there, ready to be rehabilitated by some Koreans who are willing to spend all the $1 billion needed to rehabilitate it. And they have something like 4 or 5 of exactly that model in South Korea for the last 10 to 20 years without any accident. So that's the biggest challenge now to us. How to convince the Bataan people who are completely against it, obviously, that they can do a great service to the whole nation if we can demonstrate that nuclear is possible without having accidents, treating the waste properly. But that is a political issue. That's why we're trying to work with Governor Joet Garcia of Bataan to see how we can do that. Now, the moment we prove in the next 3 to, because according to Koreans, they can have that running in 2 years because it's already there. Now, the moment we prove to the Filipinos that we can have nuclear without having accidents, without the problems in the waste, then in the future, over the next 10 to 20 years, we can now get those small modular plant to be in small islands. The first island we're considering is Semirara. As you know, it's already the source of coal. So the people there are already very used to pollution anyway. So having another problem like nuclear is not going to be too much for them. Now, if you prove it in Semirara, that it can be replicated in different islands, including one of the islands in Palawan, that will be one way that you can reduce the cost here.
Professor, you mentioned the coal plant. I think you're aware that in Palawan we have a special law, Republic Act 7611, called the Strategic Environmental Plan. And there is a very strong anti-coal movement here in Palawan. And well, there is right now actually a project in southern Palawan, the Coral Bay Nickel Corporation and RTN. That's where people say there's no brownout there. They are using coal. But it seems that to talk to Palawan about coal, that's going to be a challenge. What do you think?
Well, it's always balancing. It's environment versus lowering the costs. And I think every community has to make a decision. I'm not saying that you should have coal here. In the community, in the same way that you are probably one of the best examples of democracy when you voted on whether or not you should have 3 provinces or 1 province. I was admiring the way you did it. Very democratic. And you made a decision. No, not 3 provinces, 1 province. That is as controversial as anything that you get. So it's up to you now. We're just presenting the facts. We will never bring down, at least in the next 5 to 6 years, the price of energy without depending on coal, at least nationally. Coal will be with us. In fact, in the Department of Energy long-term forecast, I was surprised to see in 2040, coal will still be 40%. But they were not considering nuclear, for example. So, as you know, scenario planning is continuous planning, different possibilities. At least from the standpoint of the Department of Energy, coal will with us for a long, long time to come. Unless we make a dramatic decision and say, we will embrace nuclear. But that's not easy to do.
Thank you very much. What does the governor does have something to say about this? And is there any reaction from the audience, from the participants, about what has been presented and the comments of Professor Villegas? Any comments? Any reaction? This is supposed to be a vibrant, very open, no holds barred. This is how the Palawan business, the business club wanted it to be. Na tayong lahat dito libre. We are going to be open about what we think and contribute to moving on for Palawan.
You may ask, President Volvesek, Asana, say, because I presented solar as not an immediate solution.
What can you say, Mr. Quintin Pastrana? What can you say? Are you there? I saw there's somebody there.
Good morning po, ma'am, sir. Mayroon lang akong tanong kay, I am Billy Alindugan, Vice Mayor Kalaya. Ang tanong ko lang po, estimate lang po kay si Sir Victor. Yung maliit lang na estimate sa solar. Halimbawa po, mga 1,000 kVA, mga magkano po?
1,000 complete with 1,000 kb lang. So, maliit lang yan. Around mga 50,000. Maliit lang kasi kung 1,000 kb.
50,000 pesos. Maraming salamat.
1,000 kb o 1,000 watt?
1,000 kVA.
That's almost 10 kilowatt. Ano, kung 10 kilowatt ka, naabuti niya mga 300,000.
Kung halimbawa kung mga 80 kilowatt.
Mas malaki na. We will compute it, provide you the answer on that. Ano, kasi it is 50 kilowatt. That will be, it will cost to almost $500,000. Ang mahal kasi dyan, yung lithium battery. If we're going to use the lithium battery, that will be the higher cost. And the solar panel.
Okay, any other question? Comments?
Thank you, Madam J. By the way, I'm RG Lee from Puerto Princesa Chamber of Commerce. I'm past president. Madam J is asking for a reaction.
Private.
First of all, I would like to thank Professor Villegas. Actually, isa po siya sa mga author ng economic books namin. Yes, thank you po. And also, thank you for the information. We as a business people have so much opportunity dito sa Puerto Princesa and dito sa buong Palawan. So, as a business person, young business person, we can, plan for improving or expanding our businesses here. And also, thank you for some information. Those information coming from the independent service like the ADB or the other think tanks. Yun po, nagbigay sa amin so much information about it. And also, to the governor, we're very thankful that he inspires us for good governance. I think one of the most important things is yung good governance talaga. PILG is promoting good governance. Puerto Princesa also got the seal of good governance previous years ago. And very thankful po ako na yun ang trust ng provincial government. Thank you din po sa kay Sir Ventura for the presentation about renewable energy in general. And also the wind energy, we are looking forward po for yung pagbibigay ng electricity sa mga small places na needs growth and development. We know that electricity is one of the main indicators na kung wala electricity, there will be no growth, economic growth. So again, thank you po.
Thank you, Archie, from the Princesa Chamber of Commerce.
Ma'am Jane, I think certainly is on Zoom and he will answer.
Yes, please.
You will comment, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions. And my comments actually complement Dr. Villegas. The important thing for the Palawan is it's not a one-size-fits-all solution, as Dr. Villegas was alluding to. In fact, if you look at the setup of Sabah, which is one of the only places in Palawan that has no brownfields, it's paid and we're paying at the same rate even if we built the grid from scratch. It's because we combine both solar, Tesla batteries, and biodiesel generators. So that effectively allows us to put a hybrid system together, and more importantly, that we have 24/7 electricity, which I know is the difficult thing to achieve now across the grid in Palawan. So, in my view, if we can find solutions like that, wherein the cost per kilowatt hour is lower, and a hybrid system can do that, a combination of both solar, battery, maybe wind, maybe tidal, and thermal power, you're able to get the cost down. Because if you mention Port Barton's rate, I think, is 53 pesos. And the provider there is using purely fossil fuel. And that is why, especially since Putin attacked Ukraine again today, that Brent price of crude, and therefore the coal and fossil fuel prices like diesel and bunker, will effectively go up again. And we are vulnerable to these volatilities because we don't control that supply. If you had solar and you have the battery and some other renewable plus some fossil fuel, you can mitigate that. In fact, the Sabak project and the 16 projects we have are going to save over 30 million pesos a year in terms of subsidies that we don't need from Napo Puerto government because all the power is produced from God-given energy that is falling on Palawan. So again, it's not one size fits all, as Dr. Bernard said, but more importantly, we have to find local solutions that include power that you can get from it. And Sabak is the case because the residential rate in Sabak, even if we have to build 16 kilometers of grid, is at 12 pesos for the next 20 years.
Thank you, Mr. Pastrana.
Thank you.
Professor Villegas and Cesar, do you have something to say? How much time do you
Yeah,
still
let
have?
me just talk about something long term. I was telling the governor about a Singapore-based company called Endoria that has almost a science fiction idea about Palawan. They were presenting to a group of people in Manila a concept that if they can identify an area in Palawan, especially among the middle forest, large enough, they can cover that with solar cells and then through an underground, undersea cable, supply Singapore with energy. So I thought that was too far-fetched. I would like to present it. One of these days, they will make a presentation to your governor. Can you imagine if they can really identify that area large enough to put solar cells and supply Singapore? That means they will have to supply reefers in Palawan, and that would guarantee long-term supply of energy. Singapore is always nervous about getting energy from neighboring countries like Malaysia and Indonesia because they have a lot of political clashes. So you know that very well. They don't have any problem with the Philippines. So they will feel more comfortable if we have that type of project, which I said is almost like science fiction. But as you know, there are undersea cables, and there is already a big project like that in Thailand, which they cover a huge area with solar cells. So those are things you can look forward into the future if for one reason or another the whole nation will reject nuclear.
Yes, one comment on Astana about the port part of electrification. Actually, it's part also of the development plan. Is we call it the village electrification program. Actually, before we have also done during that time the minimum electrification was only about 25 pesos per kilowatt hour. But with this new provider, I think it goes up to 60 pesos per kilowatt hour. What is our recommendation for this village electrification is that put up also a hybrid with some little use of fossil to lower down the cost of electricity. I think this is a good project that we can still consider right now to lower the cost because it's very much high. Now, in regards to Palawan resource and renewable energy, I think what is available in Palawan is only wind is not adequate, is not viable Palawan based on the data that we have gathered. What is available in Palawan for renewable is on the solar. We have the hydro source. I think the last is the tidal wave because we have still current until in the back, Umaran channel in Balaban. This will tap that.
Thank you, Cesar. Governor Dennis, would you like to respond? Because Professor Villegas talked about about nuclear and then coal plant. And I mentioned to Professor Villegas that we have a very strong anti-coal advocates here in Palawan, and also that we have the special law for Palawan, RA 7611. Do you have something to say about this?
Thank you. I'm sorry, Jay. All my environmentalist friends do not like coal. But I'm not a scientist. I wouldn't want to make any judgment on merits or unmerits of code. But I understand, and it seems there is no legal obstacle to the opening and operating of the coal power plant that is now situated in the town of Nara, Palawan. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the mayor of Nara, Mayor Gerandi Danao. Also Mayor Romel Pelatorio of Princesa. So although my usual default position is to take refuge behind the legal system.
Okay. Thank you so much, Governor. And by the way,
Si Mayor, kasalita si Mayor.
Ibig sabihin naging
by the way,
Parang-
refuge
I
behind the
think,
legal
parang ano
system.
siya,
Ano ibig niya
parang
you know, there was a time RG said
nagsisilong siya
the Chamber of
sa
Commerce
kanya
of
sa
Puerto
na wala siyang final
we
say.
had the ambassador of
Refuge,
Canada
parang
as a guest.
naghingi siya ng ano.
We also talked
Ano
to
yun
him
yan? Yan
about
doon siya.
Oo.
what they're doing in
Oo.
Canada.
Pero
Wala siyang say.
wala siya.
And he also mentioned
Whether
that
agree or
almost
disagree.
40%,
Dahil
or
nga
even
may
more,
mga,
is coming from
yan
coal.
sinasabi niya na
They're using
all the
hybrid
environmentalists,
sources of energy.
di ba?
So
At
there are people here
in line
who
sa
also experience
gusto
life
ko.
in Palawan where we have coal plant and fueling, energizing two big companies,
Maganda pa salita
which
si
is
Mayor
employing
sa
about
ano yung
6,000.
kanyang,
And so that is the
dahil
model
isa sa mga
that
nag-opos,
is already here in Palawan.
di ba? Hindi nila
Thank you very
in-endorse.
much for that. Anything, any response,
Ayaw niya pa mag-
any more questions, any comments?
Senior.
Diba?
Miss Heidi.
This is a phone or a chat-in question. Someone sent me a chat, and this is for Q. So the question was, what then needs to happen for the same solar grid system that's currently seemingly working well in Sabah to be deployed? For example, in Puerto Princesa, where there's obviously difficulties or challenges in power in energy availability, specifically for residents rather than businesses.
Well, I look
That was, I think, Mr. Pasana was talking about it. And the question from Ms. Heidi. I think, Mr. Pasana, you have an idea. Are you going to answer for Puerto Princesa? Ms. Heidi was saying something which was texted to her. Can you bring what you have in Sabah to Puerto Princesa? Especially for the residents.
Thank you, ma'am. I mean, I think what's been demonstrated in Proof Point, and in fact, has been you can recreate the Sabang experience in other parts of Puerto Princesa. There is a long procurement process, but my understanding is if the local government were to take an unsolicited proposal for travel, a developer like ourselves or others, that can now go through the National Procurement Act, Republic Act 9184, that will cut down the process tremendously by allowing you to build on government facilities. That is one solution. The second solution is the Department of Energy is implementing.
Good morning, Paul, and first of all, I wanted to thank the Governor and his team for inviting the Department of Foreign Affairs to this very interesting and important conference. Perhaps some of you are wondering why we are here, because most people know DFA as a consular office. But if I may share, the Department of Foreign Affairs covers a whole range of topics that some of you probably would be surprised, and that would be science and diplomacy. So my question is about the nuclear energy program as an alternative to reduce energy costs. At the same time, it's a clean energy. Vienna, where I came from, is the seat of the International Atomic Energy Agency. It is the watchdog of the use of nuclear energy as weapon of mass destruction. But that is not the purpose of the agency. The agency is to promote use of nuclear material for various purposes, including medicines like in screening, in cancer, etc. My question is, and I appreciate very much that Dr. Villegas is here with us, explaining to us the different classes of the use of nuclear energy and the latest models now. I concur with him perfectly that there is an SMR being considered and yet it hasn't been tested, so that's quite we need to decide whether we need some precedence and assurance that it is not as risky, but it has many advantages. I would not. I also thank the group here, and I'm very impressed and amazed that you're open to this issue. Back in Vienna, we are so afraid to even talk about this to our own community there, to Filipinos there, because we already know that we will get some reactions. So this group is admirable. You're more mature and more open-minded to discuss this independently. My question is, having heard that the other options is the Korean rehabilitation of the BNPP, at some point, there was also a study done on other possible sites because there are other countries who said that rehab might be too expensive for one, and they identified a place here in Palawan as a possible site. I will not mention the name. I may not even pronounce it well. But I don't know if there's anyone here who knows about this. I'm just curious how this province would be open to be a site in case some decisions are done in that direction. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you, Carol. Carol is from DFA. Sir?
Well, as I said, the moment that we have a nuclear plant operating in Bataan, and it can be shown to the whole Filipino population that it is safe, then we can start talking about the SMR model, and probably we should encourage the people in Semirara to be dignified. So once they can show that it can be done, then I'm sure there will be an island among the 2,000 islands of Palawan who will be bold enough to say, okay, we'll try it here also. That's how I speculate, but that will be definitely within the next 8 to 10 years. So, but since Palawan people always look long term, I think it's good that the issues already be brought up. Anyway, as I said, those of you below 50 will be lucky enough to see the Philippines as a first world country, and there are many first world countries from the continent of the ambassador here, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, that have debated this. Some of them pro, some of them against. We can learn, obviously, from Europe also.
Thank you very much. Can we hear from our ambassador? Can we hear from you, sir?
Please. There is a mic.
Thank you, and thank you to the distinguished panelists for the words. I'd like to, I'm going to stand up because I think energy is really important. I'd like to say a little more about it. I always think I have a small speech and start a little later, maybe I'll come back to energy once more. But let me just very briefly say that I've been working a lot with energy. I was Denmark's representative in the International Renewable Energy Agency. I worked with the nuclear industry in Japan. I was invited by the atomic industry to the union meeting to give a presentation of some of the strategic considerations with nuclear power. So I actually have worked a lot with energy. And one of the things that I have done in my brief time here in the Philippines is delve into the energy situation because there is an energy crisis. So, and you are also affected by that. So let me give you the good news first. Good news is that this country has amazing opportunities to move out of its current energy crisis by committing to a renewable energy path, which is not focused on one kind of technology. You are not the best in solar. There are other places you can do solar there. Not the best place for wind. We're not the best place for geothermal. We're not the best place for hydro. You're not the best place for biomass. But you are pretty damn good at all these areas. You're pretty damn good at all these areas. And that means you can combine these various renewable sources into a very, very strong combination that can provide cheap, affordable energy for everyone in the Philippines. And this is the fastest track to close the gap that you have on the energy side here. And unfortunately, it's very true what the professor said. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It will take a little while, but it doesn't take even 10 years. If you go all in, and I think the president, and I spoke with the president about this, is ready to go all in on this route. There will be foreign investors who are willing to move in, including from Denmark, say a little more about that later, into this area with large sums of money because this country has such a varied potential on the renewable energy side. So within a scope of 5-6 years, I think that timeline is very realistic if we're looking at when you can get this affordable energy. You can be in a very, very different place here in the Philippines. Nuclear power is more complicated. We know that traditionally, I just know the room where I speak. We know that traditionally it takes a long time not to build a nuclear power plant, but to get the consensus, get all the approvals, to build up the system to support, etc. So the timeline for nuclear is typically quite long, and I do agree with Professor SMRs is probably what may come about earlier. The problem is people have promises on SMRs, but nobody knows if it's going to work, it's can it be approved, etc. I can say to you that Denmark is actually the leading country in SMRs. The Danish company Seaborg, it will be the first company in the world to deliver a working SMR. And probably with 7 years to the next competitor out there. So we are excited about this opportunity, and they are very interested in doing something in the Philippines like several others are. But again, they are making a promise. Let's see them deliver. So I'm also working with them and the Philippine government on this. But right now, renewables is your best bet, and you can really do a lot there. I'll just say one thing about Denmark itself. Denmark is moving towards 100% from renewables, and we will get there within the next 6-7 years. Already now we have our electricity pretty covered, but we are going to move towards 100%. We will move beyond that to 130% by 2030. 130%. We will move from that even further. In 2040, Denmark will be providing electricity for a country 10 times our own size, 50 million people. Those plans have already been made, and that is because we can do a lot of wind, we can do some solar, even in Denmark where the weather is horrible, like Palawan, where it's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you very much for your presentation, Cesar, Professor, and Mr. Pastrana. Thank you very much. That ends this panel discussion on energy. Thank you. Thank you to all the questions. Mabel?
Thank you very much, Ma'am Jean. Thank you very much, Sir Cesar and Professor Villegas. Before we finally end the panel discussion we are presenting a token to Mr. Cesar Ventura. As we invite the Honorable Governor, please to hand in the token to Sir Cesar. Again, this is the coffee table book entitled Palawan Dreams. Alright, so thank you very much, Sir Cesar Ventura, for sharing with us the Energy Development Plan prepared by January 2014. And to Sir Pastrana, Zoom, thank you very much. As we are acknowledging also the presence on Zoom of our representatives from the office of the First Congressional District, Congressman Obame, and the office of the 3rd Congressional District, Congressman Edward Hagedorn, as well as other members of the Palawan Business Club. Also, we would like to acknowledge Acting Mayor Billy Alindogan of the Municipality of Kalayaan. Sir, thank you for being with us this morning. Sir, I want to ask a question on the cost. Maybe that's already a plan for Kalayaan in the near future. Alright, so moving on po, we have heard His Excellency give his reaction on the energy and power panel discussion. But of course, we would like to hear from him more and take advantage of his presence today. But before that, allow me to introduce and tell something more about His Excellency. He previously served as the ambassador of Denmark to the United Arab Emirates, also in Qatar, Japan, as mentioned, and Afghanistan, as well as being the European Union Special Representative for Afghanistan and Pakistan and head of the European Union delegation to Afghanistan. After graduating as lawyer from the University of Copenhagen in 1983, he first worked at the law firm and later at the Ministry of Taxation or Finance before joining the Danish Foreign Service in 1985. Franz Michael, actually I googled too, Scholl and Skold. Melvin taught human rights and constitutional law for several years at the University of Copenhagen. He has also worked as a consultant on writing and communication. In 2016, he facilitated the peace agreement between the government of Afghanistan and that of Hezbi Islami and the return of the Gulbuddin Hekmatyar. Is that right? Yes, in 2018, he was appointed Denmark's first ambassador and special representative for freedom of religion or belief. In September 2022, just recently, he was appointed as the Danish ambassador to the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Ambassador Franz Michael Schultz Melville.
Thank you so much, and I think the pronunciation was great, so I'll start making confession. I actually told my staff I need a Filipino nickname. People have wonderful nicknames, like Governor Lollipop and I don't know what. And I know my name is very difficult to pronounce, so we've had a couple of rounds and it was a draw on what would the nickname be. But since I'm here and since people have struggled and did very well, but still also have to say it was a struggle, I will now tell you that I've decided while I was sitting here what my nickname will be. So it will be Dan. So you can just say Ambassador Dan. Palawan would be the birthplace of that nickname. Palawan would be the birthplace of this. And I love being in Palawan. I was in Palawan many times before because my family loved to come here to vacation. We love to dive, and the Philippines is the best place in the world to dive, and Palawan is the best place in the Philippines. So it's great to be here. Now, I have to agree fully with the professor on a lot of things, and he made my life a lot easier. So I'm going to jump some of the things he said in order to repeat the good things there, because I know your time is valuable. But what I will do is I will give you the foreign investor perspective on the Philippines and on Palawan. So you can sort of understand what is it foreign investors see, how do they view this country and this place. So the first thing I want to say is that everybody sees a tremendous potential in the Philippines and in Palawan. The potential is there, everybody knows it. And as the professor said, people are very optimistic about the future economic growth. And if you get your policies, frameworks right, you can take off even more. I solidly believe that you are in the reach of moving to 8-10% economic growth per year if you take the right kind of decisions and you encourage reforms and structural change in parts of your economy. Potential is there. Let's make sure it translates into opportunity in action. If you do that, great things can happen in this country. And your biggest resource is, like the professor said, it's your young population who speak English, and this is a great, great asset. Just the thing that I can speak to you in English. I mean, I confess sadly that I don't speak one of your many wonderful languages, but English becomes a common denominator, and it is a great bridge builder. So, great asset there, and lots of young, inspiring people in this country, lots of smart people around. You can do it, for sure you can. In 66, Japan and the Philippines were equally rich. Okay? Let's remind ourselves about that. It's 1966. I was also ambassador to Japan, as you just heard. And when I sit in my office in Manila, I tell people, look out of the window. This should look like Tokyo. It doesn't. It's rising, it's coming, but it's coming from behind. Let's make sure that Philippines comes out and leads from the front, where you belong. I truly think that you have that opportunity. So now I showered a lot of love over Philippines and Palawan, but the British have a wonderful explanation that's called tough love. So I'm going to give you some tough messages too. Now, Danish investors are ready to move here, and they are ready to move here big time. So in the energy sector, I have one company,
50 million
from
lang
my
kasi sila.
small country, I'm sure some of
Ay,
you
sa atin,
know
110
where
lang.
in sort of in Europe somewhere. It's supposed to be nice, people are very happy, which is true. But up there's one company who's ready to put $2 billion into renewable energy in the Philippines. This is one company from a tiny small country up in Europe, already sending people here to put $2 billion into renewable energy. And the reason they did that, the ticker, was that you made this new legislation which allowed foreign investors full ownership in the renewable sector. Very small structural change, bang, immediately you get interest. And they are not the only ones interested. There are competitors, there are other people out there who are interested to come in. So hitting the $20 billion mark, yes, actually, this can happen. And much more if you do the right structural changes. So what do foreign investors ask me, or Danish investors? Well, they say two things to me. They say governance, some of them even just say corruption, but let's call it governance. And the other thing they say is red tape. And they worry about it. They worry about it. They don't worry about the potential. They see the potential and they're thinking, wow, this is great. Let's come to the Philippines and do great stuff. But they worry about these two things. So I think that this is something that you should work together on. And I'm very positive and happy to see business and government come together today, because it's such an opportunity to create good things together. Because what you need is structural change in a lot of areas, including the energy sector or the agricultural sector. It's structural change that will unleash the potential, create new opportunities, and make real business and growth happen. So what we are looking at is structural change that is difficult. It's hard to make structural change. It's about changing the way you relate to each other, the way your business is set up, changing legislation. These kind of things are not easy. You can pretend they're easy or just do this. You can go out in the world to see what did Vietnam do. They made a miracle out of their country, coming out of the war. How did Singapore do, or how did Japan do with those, Korea or Denmark? did very well also. So it's not magic, you know. There are a lot of good ideas out there, and then you can just copy, you know, just steal from the Japanese. They've done a lot of smart things over there, I can tell you, and made it easy for businesses and investors to come in. But it is a challenge because it's gonna challenge some of those practices and incumbent interests that exist already. So what you need is you need social consensus on these changes. And that is why I'm so positive. I mean, I'm really happy to see this kind of engagement from the business community together with the government trying to create solutions together. Because that is the kind of social consensus that will help build the foundation for real change. And that will lead to real growth and make it easier to tackle things like governance and red tape issues. So let me say, you know, this country doesn't have to do a lot of new smart things. It can sort of steal what other countries in the region did and do very well from that and achieve 8 to 10% just by doing that. But Palawan also can do something because it can move ahead of the rest of the Philippines. This is in your hands. Local government here, governor works together with the mayors and the local government units. You can do a lot to make it much more attractive for business people to come here, for investors to feel safe about investing in this part of the country. Creating that kind of atmosphere where Palawan is a great place to do business and there's a one-stop shop and it actually works. You know, you clear the stuff in the one-stop shop. Things are clear and you can start doing business. It's not magic. A lot of places make one-stop shops. I'll give you a good story from Denmark here. Denmark used to have a good medical basis, so we had some good companies. Then we decided we would build something called Medical Valley, and we would make it a powerhouse of biomedicine in the world. And I remember one of my colleagues at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs went and became leader of this Medical Valley thing. And I always thought, you know, okay, this is going to be really uphill struggle, and what can you do? But they made a one-stop shop. And for biomedical companies, this is very important because, you know, it's all about hazards, technical stuff, biohazards, waste management, and getting licenses to do various things and having educated people. It's quite a complex thing. And Denmark did that very well. And today, Denmark has the third largest biomedical cluster in the world. And that happened between about 2000 and 2020. Okay? So we went from not having anything like that. Now we have the third largest biomedical cluster in the world. Things can happen. We make the right decisions. We make it easy for businesses to do their thing. They will come, investors will come, and good things will happen. So I can just strongly support this. Now, very shortly about Danish investors in three areas: energy, agriculture, and the digital space, IT. We have Danish companies who are interested in all these three areas and who are willing to move here. The big thing they are doing is the ability to increase productivity in your agriculture. I think that's not the line there, and shows how much more you can increase productivity and speed, etc. We had talk about association with Denmark and a lot of companies coming here to see the market. Let me just say, the Danish sow produces 26 piglets, and an average Filipino sow produces 16. And that's just about getting the right hogs and mixing the right DNA and new productivity tremendously. And feed is the most expensive thing of all. In this lack of knowledge, of course, because you have a lot of subsistence farming going on. And the pigs are fed either too much or too little in the wrong times, and sometimes also the wrong stuff. So you have a lot of expense that can bring down, and the pigs will be fatter or happier or whatever that needs to be more productive and produce more piglets. So there is a lot of knowledge out there, and Denmark is working together with other foreign investors. Danish companies working together with other foreign investors like Taiwan. There's actually a model hog farm that recently opened in Luzon to showcase to Taiwanese investors Danish technology, large pig farm to show that you can actually manage swine flu, still have high productivity hog basis, and help solve some of the agricultural crises you have, because this country should be exporting food and not importing food, for sure. And you love pork like Danes do. Let's have some more pork in the Philippines. On the renewable energy side, I already said a lot about that, so I'll just be very short and say, I mentioned one company, but I don't have one company knocking on my door. I have a slew of companies from Denmark knocking on my door saying, we're super interested in this market. And we believe that Philippines is the place to invest. If we can find the right places to go and we can solve these two issues, governance and red tape. So definitely a lot of things going on that side of the equation. This can help bring affordable, reliable energy to the Philippines. But there's more to it than that. I also think you should look at it as a national ambition. This was what we did in Denmark. We built a national consensus. We were 98% dependent on Arab oil when the oil prices hit us right in our faces in 1972. And the national consensus was built, we need to stop that. We cannot be dependent on energy imports. And slowly and methodically, we have moved our way out of being energy dependent. This is also why we are not as affected as some of our other neighbors in Europe are due to the Russian gas boycott. We are sort of not affected at all, actually. But we are part of a common pricing pool with other electricity providers in Europe, so electricity prices also went up in Denmark. But not due to ourselves not being able to produce. So it's also about being strategically independent and using your own resources. You burn coal or oil, you're going to be burning somebody else's resources. You use the sun and the water and the rain and whatever, the forest, you're using Filipino resources. This is your riches. You will make your country stronger and richer at the same time. And one thing we haven't talked about is there are many more jobs in the renewable sector than in the fossil sector. When you translate from fossil fuels to renewables, you also create much more job opportunities. So that's an added advantage. Now the digital space. I don't know how many people who know this, but did you know that there are a lot of IT back offices in this country? Digital back offices are a real thing in the Philippines. And if you look to Wall Street, a massive amount of the banking companies and these stockbroking, stock markets and stockbrokers rely heavily on huge IT back offices in the Philippines. And Denmark also does this. We have IT offices for some of our largest companies, the Maersk company, which you may know, the shipping company, DSB, that also is another gigantic transport company. We have companies like Grundfos, world leader in pumps, Danfoss, which is world leader within energy, water technology and certain energy technologies. So these companies actually like to come here and do back offices. My question to the IT secretary who's actually a very smart man, was, why don't we have front offices? Why doesn't the Philippines make first line products and move up the value chain? And he was very focused on that himself. So I can go there. What you will need to do is to take care of education. So I'll just say this, that you have come from a good place, but you are challenged now. because they are educating people like crazy in Malaysia and Indonesia and Vietnam and elsewhere. And Philippines needs to make sure you don't fall behind on education, because the advantage you have with the language is being eroded, because there are a lot of people out there, your neighbors, they're studying like crazy, and they're ambitious. So let's have Philippines be ambitious too. So overall, I have to say, the potential is there, and foreign investors see it, and they want to seize opportunities, come in and translate those opportunities into action. But it does take a willingness to make sure to bridge some of these gaps that we have on governance and the red tape side. And it does create this, I hope, pressure also internally to look at, okay, how do we structure our businesses, the way we do things, to make things easier for businesses. If you do that, you can go far. I believe the Philippines can do a lot. I think Palawan can do even more. Let's do it together. Thank you.
Ito ba guys? Ito ba guys? Thank you.
based harvesting and processing to supply world markets with sweetener and seasoning products like coconut syrup and vinegar. Lionheart Farms is today widely recognized as one of the largest corporate coconut plantations in the Philippines, employing more than 1,000 people and having a highly professional localized executive team leading the industry with its regenerative, organic, and sustainable farming methods. Also having their margin products and accomplish the highest levels of international certification and accreditation within food safety, organic practices, as well as ethical and social business, allowing Lionheart to pursue the market's most selective customers. Our speaker has a unique international profile, having worked in Asia, the US, and Europe, within both startup and big corporate organizations, and is an experienced leader with executive management and board experience in both public and private companies. This includes successful value creation and investor exits both within the food and agriculture, internet and telecommunications, and the shipping industry. As a co-founder, CEO and director of Lionheart Agrotech Limited Hong Kong since 2013 to date, he pioneered the development of Lionheart business model with his co-founders and lead in securing the first investor round to capitalize the company to realize its full operating plan and implementation of large-scale operations in the Philippines. He is recognized for his people skills as being a strong team builder with a determined mind to drive progress, transformation, and continuously adapt to changing business conditions and life cycle requirements of any corporation, small or large, as he has demonstrated repeatedly in his career. He has maintained values of hard work, discipline, love of study, self-sacrifice for the community welfare, and harmonious social relationships. He is anchored in hard work, focus, determination, and the ability to take risks and make bold calls. Married to Maria Cecilia Chang with two children, Thomas and Sebastian, his goals are to bring healthy, sustainable, and traceable products from soil to shelf, to support the people of Southern Palawan, protect Mount Mantalingahan, its biodiversity, and help save the planet with his inspiring leadership and vision of Lionheart communities and people. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the CEO of Lionheart Farms, Mr. Christian Moller.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the organizers, thank you to the governor, thank you to Mayor of Puerto Princesa, and everyone else who has obviously helped to organize this event today. I think it's important with these events because I know better than anyone what they can lead to. Because it was in this room 7 years ago that I first actually was in the Capitol. And it was during a summit organized by the province of Palawan under the leadership of our former governor, former vice governor, now Governor Socrates. And I have the pictures to prove it. And it's even more so that Mayor Byron was in the same meeting, sitting just here. But there are a few people within the province who laid the ground for that. And I would like to acknowledge Madam Yana Lacanilao. Actually, I'm so happy to see that Madam Yana is at the back. And also, with the steadfast Mr. Agri of Palawan, R.S. Asaga. And I think this is important because without the vision that had been articulated at that time for the development of sustainable agriculture, and without that belief that was so lovely and well supported in those earliest days, we might not have been here. It is possible that we could have gone somewhere else. So never ever underestimate the importance of those very early conversations. So I want to open this by sharing with you a small peek into our community and our love for everything that we do, and above all, our commitment and partnership with the indigenous people of Palawan. So if we can play the video, please.
Anak po ng anak ko sa isang sachet ng Milo, tag-sais dati. Tatlo na po sila ang nag-iinom. Pinapalili. Minsan nga po sabaw na lang ng buko ang pinapalili ko po dahil sa sobrang hirap ng buhay.
Siguro kung abutin pa ng 20 taon at ganun pa rin talaga, hindi pa rin sila magbabago na pagtulong ng mga katutubo, lalo kung pinulot itong Rizal at yung Luglan.
Nung dumating po ang life hike, naisip ko, hindi lang pala pinangarap ko sa mga bata ay magbasa, sumulat, okay na. Nung dumating po ang life hike, naisip ko na makapagtaas sila ng pag-aaral kasi may hanap buhay na mamigti.
I want to reflect a little bit on some of, you can say, some of what has been said earlier today. And I think that there's one very important word that we need here, not only in Palawan, but we need it for the Philippines, and that is entrepreneurship. And that is to believe in the impossible and to set a vision. And I believe it's possible for us here in Palawan, and I can admit I love my life here. And I'm greatly inspired by that every day, because if you get the privilege to work with people like those that you saw in the video, and by the way, Laman Bueno, our oldest employee that you saw in the video, he's 99 years old. And he still insists on working every single day. And he has obviously been a fearless leader in being right there to support this, because he understands and he sees the importance of this work. These people have demonstrated incredible courage. I think many of you in this room will know that this was not an easy voyage. This is hard work. And while I have had the privilege of setting a direction and creating movement along that direction, It is the hard work of all these people that have made this possible. Today, we create work for almost 2,000 people every day. And we, I believe, have laid the foundation for a possibility of transforming not only southern Palawan, but actually I believe we can make a contribution towards the transformation of Philippines in much of the way that it has been described by Professor Villegas, our ambassador, and others. So let me try to share with you not so much about how we do, you can say, the tasks of coconut farming as such, but let's talk a little bit about some of the thoughts behind it, some of the approach, and the way in which we look at things. Because it was 9 years ago that we decided and came up with this idea to realize that there was this possibility in coconut farming. So first slide, please. First slide, please. Okay, so this is about, there are a few important words here. So I was asked to speak about sustainability. But I think sustainability obviously is a word that is used so often. And I'll come back a little bit to what we believe that means, but it leads into sustainable development. And from there, obviously right now, as it's also at the same time that we have COP27 in Egypt going on, it's very important also to bring into that the next dimension of what we believe is natural climate solutions. So these are some of the things that I'm going to touch on. So next slide, please. So first, in any approach, what you need to look for is impact. And I think that one of the things that has surprised me is, of course, I also studied economics, and I learned a long time ago, and there's extensive research that supports the very simple fact that job creation is the single most powerful transformation agent. But with all the work that we have done, I have had a chance to witness that at a new level. So I will just simply say here, let's focus and support also what is a very important part of our new administration, set out in the vision of the president, focus on job creation and look for that impact. Because through that impact of job creation, addressing social issues, we will get to most of those other issues and challenges that are out there. Next slide, please. So, sustainability. I think the first part to understand here is that we are really looking for something that has to be long-term. So it has to be able to be sustained over time. And I kind of toyed a little bit with this, and as you can see, I separated the word ability. And one of the things that I want to touch on is the way in which we need to bring people together, different skill sets, to actually be able to execute this. And that has been an absolute surprise to me, because if you had asked me at the same time 7 years ago, will you be able to do this with people only from Palawan, with almost all of those people coming only from the south, I would probably have been tempted to say, no, that's going to be hard. And I can tell you, everything that we have been done by people from Palawan, with just a few exceptions, and only based on the human capital that is here in the Philippines. So that obviously remains a great inspiration for me, and believe that we can do so much more. Next. The challenge about sustainable development is that you need to consider very carefully these four aspects. Most often, when people talk about sustainability, they think only of environment. That's the immediate association with sustainability. But what is so important is to, when you decide to take this approach and rethink everything, you need to very carefully bring these other elements into it. And that is, of course, I believe, first and foremost, social. Secondly, governance. And one of my observations here is that almost all of what happens in these rural provincial areas, and that is actually going to be one of our biggest challenges. I have been very inspired, and by the way, also challenged, by the fact that many of these laws that exist in the Philippines with regards to environment and many, many other things are actually very much on par with the highest international standards. But they are, of course, not being, you could say, lived up to. And the normal excuse is, of course, how can you ask someone to live up to that if they're simply just struggling to put food on the table? So that becomes another important dimension of why it is that we have to rethink and again try to put all of this back together in a new way so that we can bring everyone into this, right? Because that is how we're going to also solve some of these problems. And finally, you have to very carefully think about not only that it can be profitable and sustainable over time, but also that that economic benefit can be shared in a inclusive and equitable way. So this is important to putting that business model together. And then finally, you have to be willing to let yourself be measured. Because I believe one of the most important principles of this way of thinking and committing yourself to building or governing anything in this way is openness and transparency. And I was very, very proud when PCSD decided to use Lionheart as the target to implement United Nations FAO Sustainable Assessment for Food and Agriculture, which is a 3-week commitment of a large group of resources from PCSD, and they had complete, unrestricted access to everything in our business. This is with a team of 6 people spending a week in Rizal, with a week before that for preparation, and with probably more than a week after that issuing a report. And this was, by the way, obviously a very important validation of what we do. So there are no closed doors here, right? And I think you can see that in 2020 we had what we call a limited scope. That's why the circle looks a little bit funny. They did not look at everything because that's how they normally do it. And then they came back and we exceeded all expectations. Next slide, please. So the challenges in Rizal, the challenges in the south of Palawan, and in most parts of similar rural areas in the Philippines are endless. So I'm not going to go into what all these problems are because I think they're actually surprisingly well known by most Filipinos. But I'm going to try to give you a little bit of an insight as to how I think some of this can be solved, and specifically from our perspective of how we look at the coconut industry. Next slide, please. So this has become one of my favorite slides. Because I believe actually from this that we explain much of what is the challenge, but also how we have been able to, shall we say, address it in a new way. So first of all, if you imagine at the lower left quadrant, that is where you have the traditional independent farmer with no scale and with very limited access to value creation. So obviously, when you then look at what has been done over the past many years is, of course, many initiatives to try to help that small farmer, that small independent farmer, or maybe even in the groups of cooperatives of saying, okay, we will give you this equipment, or we propose to you to do intercropping and so forth. There are many, many ways in which you can try to climb up the value opportunity here. But it is just simply fundamentally difficult. And also, I had the privilege of being invited to engage with some of those communities that have actually performed this exceptionally well. One of those places is Alaban Island, where they do coconut sugar, and all those that participate in that, they're all harvesting the benefits in terms of their income levels and stability of their business, all these things. The problem is, of course, just that when we sat down to talk about this, it's a very, very niche-based approach, and there's just no way you could replicate that to all over the Philippines, because the price point at which they're able to sell with this niche-based approach will just not hold in the market. So meaning you need another element here also, and that is you simply have to introduce scale. And now comes the question, of course, how much scale do you need? And one of the challenges here is that when you introduce both this vertical integration and at the same time, so to create value, but then at the same time you introduce scale of data sets that we have in our operation right now. 8.4 million data sets. And do we collect information on things that we don't need? No, we do not. All of that is needed. All of that is a function of what I just described. And that is what ultimately delivers the ability to be compliant, not just with national regulation, but of course also to be able to aspire to deliver on those highest international certifications, whether it is for food safety or ethical business, or actually, very simply, what the market demands. Because those three key words, healthy, sustainable, and traceable, they were not picked at random. They are just simply the function of consumer research that we did many years ago. And by the way, that research, as it is obviously renewed every year, still points towards the same three key words. Next slide, please. So all of this leads then to the, how do you then work with this sustainable transformation? And again, we could talk about this for a very long time. I highlighted one particular aspect of this, and that is what we need more than ever is to develop qualified counterparts. Qualified counterparts is the management. It is how you create the structure around bringing all of this together. Because, of course, when you have to pursue this approach of both improving the value creation and establishing scale, not for the purpose of just being big, but actually for the purpose of achieving operational efficiency and effectiveness and unit cost that makes you competitive in and if you noted on the earlier slide, it's set up at the right-hand corner that you must create value in order to be able to share value. And what you see here is that the trick has been to obviously ensure that we can do that in a not only inclusive way, but in an equitable way for all the participants. So sometimes people ask me, what was it really that you did? And part of what we did was that we blew apart, and someone said, well, what you did was atomized. If you kind of imagine that we blew apart all the atoms of, we didn't blow away the atoms, but we blew it into atoms, all the parts that makes up agriculture for coconut. And we considered every little part of it and what's its purpose and how do we make sure that it has a meaningful participation and how do we make sure that all those that participate can take out a meaningful value from that. And of course, this is also where digitalization helps us a lot. Because we have all this data so we can continuously model and ensure that we can change all these elements in a very dynamic way. And that, trust me, makes a big difference on the behavior and the performance of people out there in the field. Now, next slide, please. So, what is it that we have here in the Philippines, here in Palawan? And I believe that we have amazing natural resources, and obviously, it's been mentioned that tourism is also an important opportunity for the future, and it has very much been a part of what put Palawan on the map, and it has been a huge contributor to driving the economic development in Palawan. So why did I put these two together? Because I actually believe that as we embrace, and I would encourage everyone to do that, this different approach, that will create even more opportunity, and it will create very interesting new products that will combine these two things, our love for the biodiversity of Palawan, the environment, agriculture, forestry, the culture of indigenous people, all of that are important elements for what I believe is also the future of tourism. So I believe that's a big opportunity, especially for the South, because we have the resorts and the beaches in the north, but I believe this is an important part of what we will see evolve in the south of Palawan. Next slide, please. So, of course, within agriculture, again, an abundance of opportunity. But where you find in every one of these, you find the same problem that we came across with coconut. And that is just simply that those people that are the participants in that, they are not able to have a so-called sustainable, meaningful, sustainable existence around their profession. And one of the most striking things when I was engaging with farmers, and the first thing they would say to me is, I don't want my children to become farmers. And this is incredibly sad, right? And actually, global food companies are also deeply concerned about this. They call it the Succession Challenge. So some years back, I actually spoke out 4 years ago, and I said part of our challenge here is to make agriculture sexy. Now, why did I choose that word? Because I was specifically trying to appeal to the next generation of farmers. And here comes the interesting thing. Most of those people, or many of those people that we have in the company today, they have all kinds of different professions and educational backgrounds that come into it. And all of a sudden, because of this approach, all of a sudden those skills become a part of agriculture. So, next slide please. So, clearly, to perform this, we need to go back and ask ourselves the question, can we get even more support for this transformation? Because what we did, a very important part of what we did, was that when we came to this symposium 7 years ago, we had already understood and accepted that an investment like this would take more than 10 years to generate a return. That is too long for many people. However, it does not mean it's not a good investment. It simply means that you have to prepare in another way. The traditional coconut farmer has been used to picking up the nuts from the ground. We made a simple realization that there's better plant material out there that has a higher yield, and actually the NPV calculation on the investment of buying that more expensive plant material will give us a more superior economic return. So why do I have, you can say, policy up here and government up here? Is of course because part of what we need is a reliable framework. We need the ability to, as in the same way when we talked about the energy transformation, we need that predictability, we need that stability to be able to look beyond whether it is a 3-year cycle or a 6-year cycle. We need to establish investor confidence so that these kind of investments can be made, because that will drive incredible transformation for the benefit of everyone. I am actually very hopeful that we might have a possibility to see public-private partnerships in agriculture. Because of course, public-private partnerships have, at least in the Philippines, mostly been around infrastructure and other things. So I'm very encouraged by everything that I see and I hear at the moment. And I believe the answer that to this, specifically for agriculture, is really about if we have a socially acceptable way of having large-scale implementation of agriculture and agroforestry, then we can address this challenge. And going from that focus and the mindset of working to feed yourself and your family, but working to feeding a nation, moving from an economy that is outside of governance, that is not really contributing much to the taxable economy, but actually moving into one that can, as our ambassador suggested, the Philippines should be exporting and not importing. Because I said the other day in Manila when I was asked to speak, I said, we should be standing up proud and saying the Philippines is an agricultural nation and we are here to help to feed the world. That is the opportunity. Next slide, please. So, of course, as I said a few times, there's a lot of hard work. Now, 7 years ago, I remember that during the lunch, I was with then Governor Alvarez and the then Chairman of PCA, Kiko Pangilinan, who was here. And I asked them, specifically I asked the Governor, will you or can you convince us that we will have the roads and the bridges so that when we are ready, that we can get our product out of here? Because at that time, we did not have any cemented roads. By the way, we also did not have any power infrastructure, no telecommunications infrastructure, and so many other things. Now, we have the roads, the highways, but of course, Governor, and so many others, we still need the roads to get the product out of the field. Because right now, much of what happens is just what is along the highway, the national highway. So we have performed a massive study, at least by our measure, to actually detail how many farm-to-market roads do we need, where do they need to be. But we actually went beyond that. Because, of course, with our approach, it is not just about roads, important, but it is also about all those other things that make up a sustainable, balanced development of the community in a responsible way. So we did house-to-house survey. We have mapped out the need for schools, actually the existing school capacity, the future need for school capacity, and everything else. And we do this in everything that we do. By the way, we do it all in an online way. And we've done extensive number of surveys, not just for this particular purpose, but also on the educational sector, on the agricultural sector, on the economic activity, and so forth. And I'm not going to share with you all the conclusions from that, but just simply to say to you that everything that our speakers today have said, we can validate and confirm on the ground to say the situation is critical and it needs a collective effort. And that is another reason why the better we can create these constellations for qualified counterparts and help to solve these problems with the skills and the talents of everyone involved, the better we can actually proceed. And I hope that we can stand here in 7 years from now and say that we've done a good job with that. Next slide, please. So I want to touch on one little thing here, because I am someone who likes to think big and think long term, but make sure that I go out and act on it every single day and translate that vision and inspiration of the vision into action in our everyday life and what we do. And that is obviously how we were able to achieve what we did with Lionheart here. But that is actually also, because there's been quite a few references to Vietnam. That is where I started 34 years ago. I was one of the first foreign investors in Vietnam. And that company which I built is still one of the leading companies in Vietnam to this day. And I can only agree that Vietnam did a lot of things that we can learn from. But I can tell you, I believe the opportunity here is much bigger than that of Vietnam. We can outperform Vietnam. So if I will have the privilege to be 100 years old, that before that time, we will have done that and so much more. Now, why this particular slide? Because I actually believe that one of the ways in which we can capitalize on what's happening in the world right now is through natural climate solutions. Agriculture has the possibility, and this is widely accepted and established, to contribute with about 30% of the carbon sequestration that is needed to address the global climate challenge. And the beautiful thing is that it's right here. The solution is available today. Because much of the, or many of the other solutions that are needed to address this challenge are not yet here with us. So we should really focus on this. And this is an enormous opportunity for the Philippines. And then my son says to me, but Dad, the Philippines is not a big emitter. No, it's not. But that's exactly the problem with the global climate change challenge. And that is that it doesn't matter who's doing the emissions. It matters now who is going to be doing the carbon sequestration. And this is where the Philippines has a massive opportunity. And we are already well into the release of our first carbon credits into the global voluntary carbon credit market. And what is that? I'll make it short and simple. That is just a massive opportunity and a vehicle through which those that emit can transfer essentially money into those places, especially the global south and the less developed countries, and specifically here to the Philippines. And the Philippines has a chance to tap into that. And Palawan has a chance to be at the very forefront of that. Because we have love for nature, and we have the opportunity to actually just do the job that everybody else talks about every day and get away from all the climate hysteria and just simply into it. Next slide, please. And I think you can skip this one. Next slide, please. So, thank you very much. And let my closing words be that for some time I have been using this green Palawan, which I from time to time have socialized, and I hope that we can all come together and formulate a vision for Palawan. And if it's not going to be called Green Palawan, let it be something that has the same meaning and the same purpose, and we can realize that opportunity together. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Sir Christian. Once again, the Sustainability Company of the Year awardee, Asia CEO, Mr. Christian Muller. Thank you very much. With that, we would like to present a token from the Provincial Government of Palawan to Mr. Muller, as well as to His Excellency, Ambassador David. Dan, sorry. Dan. Opo, may request po po. Sir, maybe you can try the order giving that token as the president. So thank you very much once again. Maybe one of the questions that came into your mind is why in Rizal? No? And they are challenged actually, well, all of us are challenged by access, earlier access to internet connectivity, roads to health, etc. But as Christian said, it is very important to plan ahead and think that you really have to give or to contribute to the people, the planet, aside from the profit. So we have to look into the impact. Impact, yes. So we have to create value and share value. So we've been hearing transformation. The ambassador said structural transformation. Mr. Mueller said agricultural transformation. Earlier on with Professor Villegas, good governance, etc. And I might say that at this early, parang we're moving forward na talaga. We're done with two plenary speakers and then done with panel discussion on power and energy, which is actually one of our challenges and issues in all over the province. And as I've said earlier, another panel discussion will be on human capital. The PSA, or the Philippine Statistics Authority, said that the population of the province of Palawan increased in the last 10 years. And human capital, well, aside from the natural resources, human capital is one of also of our assets. No? And today we are very fortunate to have as part of the forum panel discussion on human capital. PSA reported that Palawan had a median age of 18 years old, and that active population actually are within the 15 to 64 years old yung population na active in the province of Palawan. I believe this does not include Puerto, Princesa. This only covers all the municipalities. So with that, very important that we also discuss what are the opportunities and trends that our homegrown companies and other members of the business club contribute to the local economy as far as their businesses are concerned. With that, we begin with the second panel discussion, which is on human capital. And so for this session, we have three panel discussions. So panelists, before we invite them on stage, I'd like to introduce them to you one by one. First, we begin with Miss Heidi. Everyone knows Heidi. She is the Chief Executive Officer of Microsourcing Philippines Incorporated and BPO Incorporated, representing the largest and leading provider of managed or hosted offshore services in the Philippines, with over 7,000 employees across 10 service delivery centers in the Philippines. I understand their company started a small call center in El Nido during the pandemic, and that had a great impact during that time. Both companies are part of ProCX, a leading customer experience organization headquartered in Australia, with a presence across the Pacific, Asia, and North America. She is also currently the chairperson of the Talent and Development Committee of IT Business Process Association of the Philippine Contact Center Industry, and her last role was Chief People Officer of one of the biggest outsourced customer experience providers in the world. She is a proud Palawanian, responsible for setting up Cytel here in Puerto Princesa, which now has more than 2,000 employees. She is an alumna of Harvard Business School, and in 2017, she was awarded the distinction People Manager of the Year by People Management Association of the Philippines. So we have the first member of our panel for human capital or bridging the gap on skills. So we have Miss Heidi. Yes, you'll do the presentation later or later na lang? Now. Later, okay. Another panelist is Miss Jennifer or Jen Hollow of Cytel. She is a customer service BPO or worked with BPO for over 18 years and has handled international and local accounts. Prior to Cytel, she was head of a bank's customer service inbound department. He is an HR professional before joining BPO and worked for an NGO. Miss Jen, are you with us? Ayan, si Miss Jen. Our third member po is the Provincial Director of TESDA, Palawan. She was born in Cotabato City. She grew up in Tacloban, but now she's working in the province of Palawan. She rose from the rank and file of TESDA, and she has been working with TESDA for 34 years now. She was a former vocational administrator of TESDA, what's this one? Agro-Industrial School. She's actually a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. Are you an engineer by profession? Not then. No. She has a master's in management from the University of the Philippines, Campopan. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the Provincial Director of Palawan, Ms. Vivian Espinosa Abueta. So may we invite po our moderator once again, Ma'am Jean Urbanek on stage, together with the members of our panel. We have Ms. Heidi C. Enriquez. So you'll do the presentation first, Sige.
I initially was thinking that I was contributing in my own little way to my hometown and my country. And then he talked about the demographical dividend. And then I realized that instead of creating value from a talent perspective, I, a proponent of talent development, is actually destroying value by being unmarried and not having any children. So if you can do me a favor, those who have only 2 children, make another one for me. Okay? So at least I can get caught up. They really have my neck piece. So there is really a transformation happening in the world of work, both as a result of the pandemic and then the underlying structural shifts. From the phenomenon of quiet quitting. You might be wondering what quiet quitting is. They're there, you see them, they're employed by you, but they're actually completely disengaged. Their minds are somewhere else. To the great resignation. The post-pandemic reluctance of workers to return to office has been well documented. There are other changes happening as a result of the subsequent economic slowdown. Employment offers have been rescinded amidst layoffs in technology companies, often seen as beacons of growth. And a STEM or STEM skill shortage has led to calls for upskilling and reskilling programs in the workplace in a global scramble for talent. But many of the trends we're currently seeing in the world of work actually has been existing even prior the pandemic. So here are now the 5 shifts that are set to endure. Now, this is not based on me, but based on a recent report that was issued by the World Economic Forum. So these are the 5 that the World Economic Forum are saying are set to endure. The first one is restructuring companies for efficiency. Changes to industry structures and disruptions to business models have encouraged companies to restructure for relevance and competitiveness, especially as economies become more and more global. Companies such as General Electric have split, while others have responded with mergers, as in the case of Tata Group of India, holding companies that have been able to do without job cuts during the pandemic, like Alphabet, are calling for an increase in employee productivity. So same number of employees, but greater results. Despite capital flow to many emerging markets, several industries remain informal, fragmented, and dominated by small and medium enterprises, which create 7 out of 10 jobs. Irrespective of the market industry approach, the pursuit of efficiency and company priorities, retention and hiring of employees with skills and competencies that contribute directly to the bottom line. The second one is very important, which is a shift to skill-based hiring. Let's do a quick poll. Many of us are parents here, except myself, as I disclosed earlier. How many of us here, particularly Palawan-based, dream of that big diploma posted on the wall, graduate of BS Nursing, graduate of BS Education? Quick raise of hands, please. How many of you dream that or demand that of your children? Raise your hand, please. They're like, majority, right? I have news for you. Degree is no longer important or as important as it was before. Faced with the need to deliver short to medium term results, companies are increasingly hiring for skills backed with experience and less for potential. So that means you may have a master's degree in rocket science. If you have zero experience building a rocket ship, then sorry, we will not hire you. This has led to a decline in graduate recruitment. Many employers are eliminating degrees from their hiring criteria. I can attest to that. Every month, my company hires between 300 to 450 people. Majority of our clients, I have 685 clients representing 23 different countries globally, are telling me, Heidi, eliminate BS something as a requirement because many of those who have BSS ends up giving us BS. Okay? Young people entering the world of work have to embrace what is called work-integrated learning opportunities, listen parents, available as internships, placement, and apprenticeship programs to provide relevant experience in developing their skills. More than 4 in 5 employers believe internships, OJT programs can prepare graduates to succeed in their companies. The third one is mobility of talent. And I've said about this. It's a global economy. We may be in the beautiful island of the world, but we are competing insofar as talents are concerned, not just with other companies within Palawan, but globally. Do we even know how many freelancers we have here? You might be wondering, why the hell is it difficult for me to hire IT specialists in Palawan when PSU is graduating hundreds, if not thousands annually of IT specialists? Well, many of them, I assure you, are employed by global companies. You just don't know it because they're working freelance. Which leads me to the fourth point, the rise of work and the decline of employment. The rise of platform companies has fundamentally changed the rules of employment. Companies, for example, like Uber, they have created opportunities to around 5 million drivers worldwide. But are these drivers employed by Uber? No. Right? These freelancers, the BPO industry estimates that there are around 1.1 million freelancers in the Philippines. Are they employed formally by the companies? Overseas? They're not. They're not even that paying taxes, and then they're not even contributing as they feel. Okay? Which is a different matter altogether. The fifth one is the central importance of digital skills. Enough said about that because, see, His Excellency Dandan talked about this being the top 3 project or insofar as importance in Denmark is concerned. It is important because it is a great enabler. Now, let's take a quick look at the next slide. Let's break this down. This is what's happening globally. Now, let's break them down, boil that down to what's happening in the Philippines. This was as of last week. My team is scoured the internet, and look at the most in-demand jobs in the Philippines based on reports, based on job vacancies, etc. Now, take a moment to read those. How many of you have dreamt that these jobs will be the most in-demand jobs in the Philippines at this very moment? Just this morning at 6 o'clock in the morning, I had a call with the lead of my sales team based in Australia. And he said, Heidi, I have an opportunity, 150 people, hybrid. Do I say yes or do I say no? They need everyone in by 90 days. I said, depends. What are the profiles? He said a lot of engineering, DevOps, full stack IT developers. I said, absolutely not. If I commit to that, I will be set as for failure. We just do not have that kind of talent available in the Philippines. That's 150 jobs that would have then several hundreds of thousands of dollars of revenue to my company on a monthly basis. Okay? So, who are driving these demands? IT BPM jobs. Jobs in the IT business process management, which during the pandemic in 2021 reported hiring 120,000 employees during the time of the pandemic. The buzzword for hiring, as mentioned earlier in the World Economic Forum report, it's a combination of skills, hard and soft. And because Filipinos are increasingly embracing digitization, particularly in e-commerce, it's driving also demand in the tech sector because companies need app developers, they need website developers, etc. Okay? So, next slide please. Now, in this ever-increasing changes, it is estimated that whatever skills we have now, only 1/3 of it will still be relevant after six years. So what do? What are the enduring skills or competencies that we must develop for the future work? These, I won't delve into this because you can read those. But at the end of the day, what skills do we focus on? These are the skills that are deemed to be future-proof, right? And you will see there that these are not necessarily technology or BS dependent. Like, for example, how much of our current curriculum now, both in college or in high school, focus on emotional intelligence? Do you teach that? Do we teach, for example, interpersonal communication and leadership skills, judgment with decision making? How much of that is incorporated into our current curriculum? So what conclusion then can we draw from the above list? It means that in spite of all this fear about digitization and about machines and robots replacing humans, the future of work is really about humans and all of these technologies working hand in hand. So the digital tools as enablers for humans to produce more, to be more productive. So at the end of the day, the future of work is really about humanity using technology for greater good. Now, let's take a look at the next slide. Quick view. I showed the slide earlier showing how much growth is being driven by the IT BPM sector. Or, many people think of it as contact centers or call centers, but call centers actually constitute like around 70% of the IT BPM workforce. Currently, the industry employs around 1.4 million direct employees. With a growth, this is its contribution to the Philippine economy. As of 2021, 29.5 billion, the second biggest revenue generator for the Philippine economy. You might be wondering what's the first? Yes? OFW remittances, 31.1 billion annual remittances inflow to the Philippines. But see, there's the difference. There's only 2 billion difference between the two, right? But what's the social cost of parents leaving family behind to work abroad? Whereas in the IT BPM sector, you can even work from the beaches of El Nido. Right? Without leaving your family behind. What is even more impactful here, that many people do not realize and understand, is what is called the multiplier effect of every job created in the IT-BPM sector, as released by World Bank. They say that for every job created in the IT-BPM sector, 2.5 to 3 jobs are indirectly created in the other industries. They're not even counting the Yossi vendor, the Taho vendor, and the Balot vendor who now have jobs and customers at 3 o'clock in the morning because that's when Cytel employees take their break. They're only counting security guards, maybe nurses, housekeeping staff, etc. that now have work because of the IT-BPM industry. Next slide, please. So, what's in store for us insofar as IT-BPM is concerned? Okay. Now, some of you might be wondering, but I'm in the farming industry. I have absolutely no interest in IT-BPM work. But what did you say? What did Christians say about one of his biggest problems? Talent. Do you know that one of the most difficult positions to hire for us in microsourcing is called agriculture taxonomist? We have clients looking for agricultural taxonomists, and they need that here in the Philippines. The 3 biggest gold mining companies in the world are clients of mine. They are hiring mineral engineers, mining engineers, etc., servicing their operations all over the world from the Philippines. So, you are, folks, regardless of your industry, in competition with global companies hiring talents, regardless of whether you realize it or not. Okay? So the roadmap to 2028, 6-year plan, this was just unveiled a month ago. And this was done in consortium with Everest Group. Okay? The aspiration of the industry is grown to 2.5 million FTEs, so 1.1 million additional jobs. Not exactly double, and I'll explain why. But insofar as annual revenue is concerned, double. So what was achieved in the past 15 years, my industry will aspire or is aspiring to achieve again within the next 6 years. So what's driving the disparity? Higher revenue increase versus FTE. Higher skilled jobs. Okay? Higher skilled jobs. So gone were the days when the only requirement to work in the contact center industry were customer service skills and ability to speak good English. I just opened my site, my second site in Cebu, 300 FTEs. We were able to hire 300 in 1 month. Why? Because the clients did not even require a college education. And they're the biggest, one of the biggest software engineering company in the US. Okay? So there are so many options out there. What is more remarkable out of this is the projection, and this is where Palawan can play hugely if we play our cards right. The industry estimates that first and foremost, up to 80% of the jobs available in the IT-BPM industry will be done either remotely or hybrid. So that means we have LGUs here from representation from El Nido, from Nara. You don't need to invite another Cytel or a microsourcing to locate there. For as long as you have power, connectivity, and talent, the top 3 ingredients, you can have a very vibrant IT-BPM economy in different islands. The second most critical component is that this growth currently, 32% of the 1.4 million are in the countryside. Only 30%. Out of the 1.1 million additional jobs that the industry is expecting to hire, at least 54% will be hired from the countryside. So the pivot of this mighty industry is grow in the countryside. Okay? So how much of that will Palawan be able to take? Okay? So we'll know later from Saitel why there's not even an active work from home agent in Puerto Princesa. Okay? So next slide, please. So there are 4 key components that the industry is driving. Of course, talent development. When the Everest consultant was asked, what is the biggest challenge? And Doc Villegas was in the same forum that this industry is facing. Without batting an eyelash, he said, talent. Talent. We have a solution for the infrastructure, the power solution that can be addressed, but talent, very difficult. Okay, next. Next slide, please. So these are some of the acceleration levers, which I will not deep dive on. But what you will see is this really requires a thorough rethinking of the kind of courses that we're delivering, the focus of these courses, and how much integration or interaction the academe has with the industry. How do we bridge that gap? And the roadmap talks specifically about steps that it tends to undertake. Unfortunately for me, I accepted the role to be the head of the talent group of the industry. So unfortunately, Dr. Villegas, I still will not be able to contribute to the geographical dividend of the country. Okay? But at the end of the day, can we go to the next slide, please? What we're trying to communicate here, what I am trying to communicate, is just very simple. Just like what Christian and His Excellency Dan highlighted earlier. Not one company can fix this problem. Not one LGU can fix this problem. It requires all of us, industry, academia, government, the social civic society, working hand in hand to make sure that Sulong Palawan actually becomes a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Heidi. With everybody's indulgence, the ambassador has another appointment, but we'll take this opportunity, sir, for a photo opportunity with His Excellency. Just quick photo opportunity with him before he leaves for his next appointment together with Christian. May I invite our municipal mayors together with the Honorable Governor, board members, first, and all other guests for a photo opportunity with His Excellency. Bago po sila umalis. And then, so may we invite our honorable mayors and board members as well as other guests. And then, pa-compress lang po ng konti. may we ask everyone to please stand na lang po. Para dito na lang sila ambassador on this side. Para hindi na kayo pumunta dito sa after this. Ay na po. Ambassador, the next photo session you'll be standing here. You'll stand right. So, dito po. Para yung pagano na lang po yung
Kasi tayong background nila.
Here.
Bakit tinalaman ko po?
Dapat tayo sila.
And then yung iba po, pwede kayong move forward para mas malaki po yung from stage naman po kukuha ng litrato yung ating PIO. Sir Sam. And then all the other members of the Palawan Business Club, please. Ma'am, DFG. Smile lang po ng smile. Industry that somehow there's a need to really bridge the gap on talent, but also in other industry like tourism. So, Ma'am Jane. Can you request technical assistance for the microphone? Audio, please.
Yes. Hello, here. Hello again. We have, I think, so far so good, Ms. Heidi. And something very interesting that you, I think, highlighted is the need for Palawan to reinvent the educational system. Like instead of being now we're supposed to be, according to your presentation, more talent and skills oriented. Yes, and then a little trivia. I think as far as Palawan IPs are concerned, like the Tagbanwa, you know the Tagbanwa, they have a dowry system. And you know, a wife or a woman who has had many experiences, she gets higher dowry than the one who doesn't have any experience. That means virginity is not really it's not really given as much value as a woman who has had experience. Okay, going back to the talent capital, the human capital of Palawan, which you said is even more important than our natural resources because it's dealing with people. I would like to throw one question to you now. Are you saying that right now we don't have in Palawan the talent that is required if you want to move on? And if we don't have that, what can we do to remedy this?
We said we're going to have tough conversations, right? And so we'll answer that bluntly, and then I'll follow up with more context. Okay? So the answer is no, we do not have enough ready talents in Palawan. The experience of Saidel here is testament to that, and I'm sure Jen will be able to talk more about it. The reason why we were able to grow Saitel Palawan to 2,000 in 2 years was not because, I'm sorry, we have really great graduates coming out of our two biggest universities here. That was not the case. The reason why we were able to grow to that level was because Saitel had Saitel Academy. 70% of the hires of Saitel Palawan at that time, I don't know Jen, whether that has changed, is because we had an upskilling program. Okay? But that's for the contact center industry. I was mentioning about my trip here a month ago because I have clients who are actually interested for us to locate already in Palawan through work from home. Because currently I have around 1,100 vacancies open. Yes, around 300 of those are for remote work. So work that easily I can deploy to Palawan, to Dumaran, to Quezon, or to Brooks Point. When I asked the stakeholders, I called for a meeting and said, if I give my clients the go signal, yes, I will start hiring work from home associates in Palawan. Do you think I will regret it? And everyone, this is not me saying, people from the academy, people from the DICT, saying highly don't. We're not ready. Because of two components. We may have the talents now, not just from the contacts industry, but for the various positions that the industry requires. But if you do not have stable connection, and even if you have stable connection, the stable connection which is Wi-Fi, andap-andap, parang Pasko, because of the energy crisis, then it's not going to work. So these three has to work in consonance with one another, and to bluntly put it, we don't have that stability of resources here.
Thank you very much, Ms. Heidi. Follow-up question. You know, you're basically saying that we have to make a leap. It's really changing and shifting the ecosystem as far as education is concerned and the matching. And you know, I think for a fact that things of the mind and the spirit take time. Okay. In relation, and I address this also to the provincial board and the governor, is there anything that we can do, for example, with the Department of Education? Because right now, almost everybody wants, there are a lot of people who are into criminology because they would like to be policemen where they get a better starting salary. Is there something that the province and the other agencies concerned can do something? This is already involving policy.
Insofar as Ched is concerned, I hope I will not be bastardizing what you said before, Dr. Villegas. Forget Ched. Before they can, because look, before you can do all of these structural changes, this work that's available now have shifted already to Vietnam or to Malaysia. Okay, but there's hope in the motherland. There are very strategic, very propulsive, short-term fixes that we can do. I'll give you very quickly the example of Balanga. Mayor Francis of Balanga. What he did was he established barangay learning hubs. So each barangay had a small hub where the internet is paid for by the government, by the local government, by the city mayor. The building itself is maintained by the barangay council, okay? And it works. Free access for everyone. Those who want to work from home can do so, but work from the barangay learning hub. The education system benefits from it because all of the printers and all of the laptops and all of the desktops in their 23 barangay learning hubs donated by the private entities. So they powered it up. They filled it up with Khan Academy, Coursera, and all of those. And all of the elementary school teachers link their assignments to what's available in those platforms. Okay? So these are short-term fixes that do not require really a significant investment. Right? Just barangay learning hub, localizing it. Forget the big contact centers, moving to your location. Because right now, the norm is hub and spoke. right? And even outside of the industry, your freelancers can work from there. You can market your products and services and your tourism destinations through those medium. Just make it available for your constituents.
Jen? Thank you.
There, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting Saitel into this forum, and I'm representing our VP, and Eden Gutierrez. So, in behalf of Saitel, again, thank you. I would just like to chime into the question earlier of Ms. Jane about the need for talent in Palawan. Yes, there is a gap for talent, and it has to be addressed. It doesn't mean that we're saying that we should not encourage our people to take 4-year course and graduate, right? They have to follow their dreams. We're not saying that, okay? If they have, or their parents' dreams, right? So we're not saying that. We're saying those who are interested to really pursue their dreams and pursue any education, higher education that they want until doctorate degree, then they're free to do so. But what we're saying is that for those people who do not have the means to continue their education, people who might be interested in higher education, but because of financial situation needs to have a job now, then we can provide that. Okay? So these talents we can harness. In Saitel, Heidi alluded to the Saitel Academy earlier. So there are 3 things that we're doing now to bridge that gap. Number 1 is the Saitel Academy, meaning for all those people that walk in our doors, and unfortunately, only 18% are hired. Let's say every month, we're hiring about 161 employees, but that's out of 881 walk-ins. Imagine the talent pool that are very much willing to work, but are not accepted because they don't have the right skills. So there is really a skill gap. So for those that walk in, we have, as what she mentioned, Saitel Academy. But the specific training that we provide is near hire training. What do we mean by that? Near hire means that in Tagalog, when we were studying, we call pasang-awa, right? Yung mga nakasabit ba? 75%, kumbaga, nung grade 1 ako. So, we give people those chance because we know that there's marginal push, right? To make them employable. So, out of those that we train under the near hire training, we're able to hire about 20% of them. Okay? So that's already a good turnaround right now. But we want to increase that. So that's the first one. The second thing that we're working on, and we thank the provincial government, this is in coordination with the Sangguniang Committee on Education, headed by BM Winston Arzaga, and through the help of BM June Ortega, because that's where we proposed this project. That Saitel will be providing free training in communications and possible employment at the provincial level. So we're offering free training, but our ask to the provincial government is to provide 2 things. One is the equipment and the space for training. Okay, because we cannot go to Rojas, Nara, Taytay without that physical building and the computers or laptops. But we will provide the materials, the trainer, and since we know that these trainees don't have the means yet, we'll give free lunch for them as well. So, parang busog sila while they're training, right? Because it's hard to understand what you're learning pag gutom ka, diba? Just like in DepEd, we do that for kids, so we do that also for adults. That's one thing that we really learn. People learn faster when they're full. Ayan. So, That's the second thing. And we hope that this project with the provincial government would really push through because our plan is to have a monthly training in the different areas, north and south. So that's also going to bridge the gap, okay? So the next item is with the academe, and one of them is with TESTA. We're partnering for actually, it's a partnership between the provincial government again, TESDA and SciTel. And I'm also proud to share that for the with the academe, we're also partnering with the two big universities here, Palawan State University and Western Philippines University, and the Palawan National School for senior high school, because we recognize the fact, and this is also in answer to the call of DepEd, to make sure that senior high schools are employable, right? So what we will do is that we'll start training graduating class of Palawan National School for Communication. After their training, we can process them for possible employment. Those who do not wish to continue their studies. Again, we don't want people to stop studying, okay? Just those who are really interested in working, right? So those that really wanted to gain employment immediately after their senior high school, then we can hire them. If they do not pass our hiring requirements, then they would have that lifelong skill already, right? Because in any sector, they can use good communication skills, particularly in Palawan, where we have a lot of foreigners coming in as tourists, right? So they can work in any industry. So the skills that we're going to teach them is not really just confined for the IT BPM sector, but it's a lifelong skill that they can use anywhere.
Ms. Jack, thank you. Follow-up question on what you said. When you talk about the Cycle Academy, and also the percentage of people like graduates from WPU, State U, and then Holy Trinity University, yung talent na hinahanap natin nyo, is it the skill in speaking in English? And is it like going back to Miss Heidi, she said something about two very important things as emotional quotient or emotional intelligence and creativity. So Cytel, to the graduates of these three universities, which is basically minimum 3,000, how many percentage of that can communicate in English effectively?
Okay. So let me answer it in three ways. Number one, how many percent of new grads do we hire? This year, for fresh grads, we just, based on the total number of employees that we hired this year, 10% are graduates. But if you look at the hiring rate of those who applied that are fresh graduates, it's 30%. So that's still high, so 70% fail. What skill are we looking for? It's not just communication skills, but also like what Heidi mentioned, it's the creativity, it's emotional quotient. Why? Because we're dealing with people over the phone. And also, one thing that we have to do as a sector is to educate Palaweños what the IT BPM industry is all about. Because some think that, okay, I just need to speak good English and I can be hired. Or sometimes people would think that I need to know highfalutin words in order to be employed. That's also a myth, right? And they thought that it's just about talking to people. No, there are different jobs in the IT BPM sector. In fact, you don't necessarily have to be a graduate of a certain course to be employed by us, because the sector covers a wide range of industries. In fact, Cytel here in Palawan offers services to the financial sector. So if you're a graduate of management or finance, we can hire you. We're also into hospitality, tourism. Also, we offer retail. We also have in airline industry, also entertainment. So that means we can also grow more. Like in our other hubs in Cebu and Manila, Baguio and Tarlac, we also hire nurses, medtech, PTs, other professionals. But it's just that, of course, when we put a certain industry in a location, it has to match the talent pool of that location. That's why here in Palawan, we cannot grow any other industry or sector because of the talent gap, right? If we have more nurses here, we could have put a healthcare vertical in Palawan, but we cannot, right? That's why most of the accounts that we have here in Palawan are in retail, in tourism, in hospitality, or airline. Because that's what Palawan can offer right now. But if we will have more talent in the future, then as the gap of the skill is minimized, then we can grow to the different industries or sectors.
Thank you. One last question before we listen to Tesla. Is there an age limit?
None.
So
No age limit. Even if you're 60 years old, we can hire you.
what about
80 years, actually, even if you're retired, we can hire you. There's no limit in the BPO, IT BPM sector, even as long as you're of legal age, 18 years old, okay? And as long as you're a high school graduate, we can hire you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. So I'm just listening a while ago from all the speakers, including the two of you here, who are really very impressed of this, that even discouraging baccalaureate degree programs from others, except Ma'am Shell. So yeah, but then let me just, before I start my conversation with all of you, let me just orient you on what is TESDA. So TESDA is also an educational agency. So TESDA is an agency mandated for the technical vocational education and training. So the basic education should take charge. The DepEd should take charge of the basic education, that is from K to 12, and the TESDA for the technical education and skills training, and of course, the last education agency is the Commission on Higher Education to take charge of the baccalaureate degree programs, except of course the University of the Philippines, which is a chartered university. So I'm so impressed a while ago also with the fund owner of Lionheart for that very nice, very inspiring, very encouraging presentation. And I guess that I also would want to agree with the two speakers here, the two panelists, that the Palawan in general is really in need of ICT workers, IT workers. And looking at the technical vocational institutions here in the whole province of Palawan, we have actually, for the information of everyone, we have actually 32 technical vocational education institutions. And two of these are public. That is the Puerto Princesa School of Arts and Trades and the newly established Provincial Training Center at Barangay Bagala, Rojas. The rest, the 30 private technical vocational institutions, private ones. So 18 of those are farm schools. Farm schools. We already have farm schools. That's why I told Sir the Lionheart owner, CEO, owner, yeah. I told him a while ago that I would want to visit his place because I really inspired of what they're doing, that they could even establish already a school, a farm school. So, but this 18 farm schools, 16 of these are DAAPI accredited. So once the farm LSA, what we call that as learning site in agriculture as school. So once the farm is already DA-ATI accredited by DA-ATI, they can already apply to test that as a farm school. So that's it. So I am very much also, I would want to really also encourage the people of Palaweños, no, the people of Palaweños that really we have to embrace agriculture. So a while ago they've been telling us that we should not import, instead we should export. That includes our products and services here from the province of Palawan. So I guess I also would want to encourage the local chief executives. No, a while ago I saw them from Nara, and of course from Abornay. So I saw them. We are also encouraging the local chiefs executive to implement these various technical vocational programs in their respective municipalities. And there are processes for that, but though even if they cannot register their programs with us, they can still implement one way or another by collaborating with our public and private technical vocational schools in the whole province of Palawan, and even through us. So we have recognized community-based trainers who can be tapped by those persons who are in need of skills, no? So not only skills, Mom. A while ago you're asking Mom here of what talent, but here at TESTA we are talking on competencies. And when we say competency, these are there are three elements. So the knowledge, the skills, and the foremost, and the attitude, KSA, and the application of those three in the world of work, whatever work is that. So mason, carpenter, farmer, so animal producer. So those are the things that we are imparting to our trainees. Not only the knowledge, the skills, but most of all, the attitude. We are always aiming that our graduates, since we have the widest, I think TESTA has the widest clientele, no? So and that we cater farmers, we cater the PDLs, we cater the FRs, and we even go to barangays, kasulok-sulukan ng mundo, ika nga. So we conduct various skills trainings that are really needed in the locality, no? Like the solar, that we're talking a while ago on the solar system, we are already implementing the what we call that, installation and maintenance of solars, no? So we had so many training programs for that, and that we catered the IPs. So yung mga IPs na dapat talagang tulungan because they are the most vulnerable, no? So the most vulnerable sector. So that's why the TESTA is there, and I want to encourage the investors who are here. That's why when I received the invitation from the provincial government, I right away asked if I can invite our association, the Association of Techbox Schools, through the president, Dr. Alberga, and also from the agriculture and from all, no? And also Ma'am Terry, the president of farm schools, and also from the tourism sector, the president and the board of director of the AATA, the Association of the Tourist Accommodation AATA. So I invited them to come. The board of directors are here, the officers are here. So that's why we are aiming that through these organizations, no? So we could why we have these hands, no? We have these hands that may mga spaces, no? It's because God wants us to complement each other. So I'm telling everyone, even my partners, na Alone, we can do nothing. We need you. We need the IT, the experts. We need the tourism experts from the association. And the TESTA will just be here, not to support everything you need. No. Except, of course, sometimes we are ano sa funds, no? But then I know that through the local government units and through our efforts, converging our efforts as well as our resources, everything could be done for the benefit of our people here.
Thank you, Ms. Win. Yes, natutubo na natin. We're talking about the human capital here. And Ms. Heidi has underlined the need to have skilled and talented with the right attitude, which is supposed to be high emotional intelligence. Yes. And then Jen, we were talking about what Cycle is doing. At Mom Win, you have, I think, said a lot about being able to connect, especially with our NGOs.
Because also with the government organizations here.
And Ms. Heidi was saying that your efforts in micro sourcing, basically, and then getting away or shifting away from the traditional BS. Maybe we can, you were saying that this is basically going to do a lot for the countryside development. Sir, Professor Villegas.
Just to follow up the many important ideas brought up. First of all, let's study the whole educational system. 2 to 12, first of all, what we expect from 8 to 12. So, you know very well now, Vice President Duterte is very concerned about how poorly the products of basic education in the Philippines are doing in international achievement tests. Failing reading comprehension, in arithmetic, in scientific reasoning. So, those of us involved in education, we have to cooperate with all the schools involved in basic education to get them to deliver better quality 13-year-olds, because those are the people who take the tests. Now, we're K to 12. When it comes to the enduring skills that I mentioned, critical thinking, emotional quotient, effective communication. These are what the last 2 years, the senior years, grade 11 and 12, should focus on. Remember, the subjects that are now taken in the senior year used to be the ones that we, in our generation, took the first 2 years in college. Shakespeare, Thomas Aquinas, Aristotle, the Holy Trinity. We have to make sure that no one dismantles the K-12, because I hear this longer saying, let's get K-12. I don't know what they're talking about. Because these last 2 years are the ones that will develop critical thinking skills, emotional quotient, all those tools that are needed for lifelong learning. And if we give this senior year graduates these skills, then we don't have to worry about them becoming obsolete, because they will be constantly taking short courses until the end of their lives to keep up with the tremendous changes in technology. So K to 12 will make sure that our young people will have enduring skills that make human beings. That's the concern now. TESCA has a tremendous role right now. I said, forget CHED, because in our running our universities, we find CHED too bureaucratic. So many requirements in order to give a degree in industrial engineering. Okay, you better first give them something in, I don't know, gymnastics, no? Or you know that going to university is a really a challenge. And a lot of people end up, they don't have the skills demanded by industry. So obviously, change still has exist because you do need quality control for people who are going to medicine, to PhD in all kinds of engineering. So we're not saying that change is completely useless, but in many of our needs today, we should forget it. Now, Tesla, especially with a wide
Sinabi mo na.
Nabanggit na nga eh.
and put it in gold because it
Tingnan mo
emphasizes
record yan, dalawang sila
back to gold.
kumuli.
It emphasizes that Tesla should
Baka
be
dalawa yung major niya.
Ini dalawang question.
oriented. Gold is now.
Tapos PhD pa sa Harvard ba yun?
I listen to this idea of following your dream. Yes, you should
Ito
stop
ginagawa
parents
mga chief
from
commissioner.
still wanting their students,
Kung kailangan, kung gusto mo ng ano, ng
to have
basic na
some
skills
kind
para sa
of
freelancing,
a BS, idea, so on and
from
so forth.
kindergarten to
But
elementary high school,
here,
yun
I would
yung
like
foundation. Hindi mo na kailangan ng English literacy sa college eh. Kasi college more on major na lang siya.
When they thought of building another school in which black sheep of families were accepted. So there were a lot of people applying in the South who could not make the grade. But a lot of these black sheep people are now making a lot more money than all those people. Why? Because College of Blessed Meal taught them film production, how to cook dishes, and so on and so forth. But they have enough marketing creativity to still give them a degree, but they were not degrees. They were just glamorized, let's say, skills training programs. And I think you should try to get some Palawan education institutions to emulate, study the history of Blessed Meal right now, St. Peter's University. And I assure you, that having come from the Sun, the graduates of St. Peter's University are now billionaires. Many of our graduates, including me, are still struggling. So that is the university. Now, I am so pleased. Mr. Boyle mentioned talking to Christian. We definitely will work with you. What we need are courses for master gardeners. Even our schools of agriculture, you know very well that a lot of the graduates of Los Baños end up working for Procter and Gamble, selling soap and all types of non-related good products. What we need are very short courses. In the United States, they develop this in 100 hours. You can teach even a grade school student all the requirements for growing red papaya, cabbage, and so on and so forth. And that is what we're telling Christians. In between the coconuts, you have a lot of other products that even a dropout from grade school can learn. So I would expect Tesla was not to be too bureaucratic about what are the courses you have to take in order to get a title as a master gardener or as a agri-tech workers. And we will be working with Christian to put out something result, something that you described. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Villegas. There is a hand raised there. Can you say your name and identify?
Hello, ma'am. Attorney Nacho po. King Palawan resident. And advocating cooperativism. I would like to follow up on sa suggestion ko when we had Usapang Palawan Summit. Because I suggested that the government, LGU, should put up a building or I think some office staff for all professional associations so that these professional associations could be tapped easily by the government. Okay. And here comes the next summit supposedly implement natin yun. We need to amplify that plan kasi just like now, the test in the human capital sector ay naghahanap tayo ng mga talents, no? But if we have this office for these professional associations, just like in TICPA, we do have four sectors actually. Meron kami academic, meron kami government sector, meron kami public practice, and meron kami commerce and industry. Okay? And if these professional associations is within the reach of the local government unit, actually we could do the same for all professional associations. So that kung ano yung kailangan natin bawat sector, we could actually ask the association, who is in charge of academy, who is in charge of government, who is in charge of commerce and industry, who is in charge of blah, 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 blah. And then this association, and because it is within the reach, or matatap lang agad ng LGU, this association, aside from them being elected, no, yung mga officers, they would now be forced, no, to innovate. Diba? To innovate on looking for professionals na related doon sa sector na kailangan ng grassroots. For example, the agriculture sector. What we lack is facilities to, alam mo yun, to amplify, to help the need for the agriculture sector to produce bigger supplies. So what we do is, pag nandiyan na yung agriculture, actually, and by the way, I would repeat this, no? Meron tayong professional po sa agriculture, agricultural engineering, marami eh. So, pag nandiyan yan sa LGU, madali man lang yung tawagin. Halika dito. Produce us or invent a facility that we could help, no, na makaproduce tayo ng maraming produkto for the agriculture sector. So, I think, I did not ask question, but I would like to amplify yung suggestion ko ng nakaraan na baka pwede ka na gawin. And if we are looking for ways how to implement this, actually I was talking to the parang officers sa LGU na ano ang paraan na pwede natin mabigyan ng parang secretariat, no? Itong mga professional associations na ito. And if I may suggest, what we do is we merge, baka first muna dito sa Palawan, we merge the social welfare office with the professional associations. Because anyway, they are the ones who would cater doon sa mga sectors na nangangailangan ng tulong. No? So we merge those, yung SOSO, social welfare, and yung non-government organizations and professional associations, we merge it, and then isa na lang ang secretariat nila. So that doon pa lang kaagad, nag-brainstorm na yung mga associations, ano yung mga kailangan natin itulong bilang ganitong professional, doon sa sector na ito na ang kailangan.
Attorney, I think your suggestion is follow up on your suggestion also sa Palawan, and that will be already noted. I think we are running out of time. There will be another panel, but Pamboy, if you have something to say, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just a rejoinder of what they said. So actually, every local government unit, we have a DOLE counterpart. So your concern is just to collaborate, coordinate with the PESO. Employment Service Officer. So maybe we could also ask our provincial government, the PESO, provincial office, to take a look at this suggestion and come up with that you said, because attest that is also our aim, no? But then here in Puerto Princesa, I think they already have an office, the PICE, for the civil engineers. So they already have office there, doon sa government center. Nakikita nyo sa may DPWH. So, and I guess the provincial government through the PESO province could do that.
Thank you so much. Ms. Viv, thank you so much. I think can we...
Excuse me po, pwede po itong question.
One last question, please.
Thank you po. Good afternoon po. Mother po kasi ako na graduating na. So, to Ma'am Saiten. And any idea po na pwede nyo ibigay para i-encourage ko rin sana yung anak ko to enter po sa BPO. Kasi parang ang minsan naisip ko, pareho rin kaya yung salary ng Saiten here against sa Manila. Kasi yung kung highly competitive yung po ba yung matatanggap
Oo,
niya.
yung binibigay pero provincial may provincial rate.
Mag-enter siya sa BPO. That's a very nice question. Thank you.
May kanya
That's a
tayo
very good
konti.
question because everyone wants to know
Same
how much they're
yung
going to pay. Tama naman.
trabaho.
Because if they will invest in a
May
certain
provincial
career,
rate.
they want to make sure that
Oo, sweet and
they're
sweet.
getting the right pay. We're
9,000.
comparing the pay rate in Manila and in Palawan. Internally for Saiten, it's different. Why? Because Palawan is a provincial rate.
Yes.
Rest assured that our lowest paid agents here is way higher than the minimum wage. Second, our pay for the different accounts, yung may agents, iba-iba rin ang sweldo nila. Why? Because it depends on the complexity or hirap ng account that they're handling. Like I said earlier, we have finance, hospitality, retail, entertainment, right? So, if the account is simple, then the pay rate is lower. If the account is complex, then they're getting a higher pay. Plus, they also have allowances, like transportation allowance, and they also what we call LOB allowance or line of business allowance, meaning when their accounts are complex, they get higher LOB allowance. Okay, so and internally, some people might think that externally, some people might think that agents lang yung mag-improve ang kaya sa Saiten. No, it's just a starting point. They can start as an agent, taking calls, but they can move up as a supervisor, as a support others.
Naka-overqualified yan, sir.
Gusto ko mag-agent.
Gusto mo experience, ano talaga ba? Like yung training skill na gano'n. Yung cycle, anong accent ang ituturo mo? Mag-background check. Hindi, tinanong. May ano sila parang pagbubukan ka ng motor, parang gano'n. BI.
So, baccalaureate degrees, they're still very important, okay? And we also have engineers, IT professionals on site. Also graduates of psychology because we also have an HR department. So there are different roles and positions that people can apply inside.
Thank you very much. Now, because of time constraint, may I ask the panelists to have their 30 seconds last message?
30 seconds.
Okay, my 30-second last message, partner with the industry so that we can generate the most impact out of the efforts that we're doing. Very quickly, one of the most in-demand roles within my company right now, accounting. Accountants, but with knowledge in Australian accounting laws as well as US laws.
Nagdidemand sila. Yun yun. Kaya ang hirap ko sinasabi niya, skill. Kaya ako naman sabi. Nagdidemand
It's good to point out that we need to bridge the gap for talent. But let us not forget that one of the backbone of the IT&M industry is the infrastructure. So if we don't have the right infrastructure, then the industry will not move. I think the reason why there's only Saiten and another small player here in Puerto Princesa is because we do not have the right infrastructure. So we appeal to the government and to also the private sector if they can fast track. I say fast track because it will take time, right, to build the right infrastructure here, particularly the technology, the power, and the broadband connectivity. That's also the reason why we cannot grow here. The work from home type of service because of that. Everybody is now in center.
Thank you, Ms. Jen.
Yeah. Lastly, from TESDA actually cut across all sectors, from agriculture, the priority sectors, from agriculture, construction, tourism, IT and ICT, those are two different things I know. I cannot explain that well. So, and of course, the automotive and transport sector, the tourism sector. So, TESDA cut across all that. But let me remind this again to all of you that alone we cannot do this. We need the expertise of everyone. So we want to have coordination, collaboration, putting things everyone of who will provide what so that everything would be in place, both from the government, the non-government sector, from the civic organizations, and all sectors who could collaborate for the tech walk to be pursued here in the whole province of Palawan.
Thank you, Ms. Wee. And thank you also, Professor Villegas, for your input. That ends our panel discussion on human capital. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, our panelists, Ms. Heidi, Ms. Jen, and Ms. Vivi, and of course, Ma'am G. So we will once again present tokens to the members of the panel too. We request Mr. Miguel.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The City Assistant Secretary Wilbur cannot join us today due to some conflict and commitments. He asked me to present to you the DICT Connectivity Plan. I will be presenting one of the DICT's flagship projects, the National Broadband Program. Next slide, please. In his first State of the Nation address, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. mandated the DICT to accelerate the deployment of connectivity in various islands of the country, particularly in the unserved and underserved areas as part of the government economic recovery agenda. As response to said directive, the ICT aiming to connect 70 million unique users by 2028 through the completion of the National Broadband Program. Next slide, please. One of the projects that will be utilized to support the mandate of the President is the National Broadband Program, or NBP. The NBP aims to close the digital divide and elevate Philippines' leading standards by deploying broadband connectivity through the fiber optic cables and wireless technology across the country. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The NBP will also serve as the foundation for other projects of the DICT that will need the delivery of reliable internet connections such as the free Wi-Fi in public places, national government portal, Vector Ed, IPPLS, which is a web-based application software developed by DICT to expedite LGU processes. Next slide, please. The NBP has 5 components. The national fiber backbone. Second is the cable landing station. Third, accelerated tower build. 4, accelerated fiber build. And last is the satellite overlay. Next slide, please. One of the major components of the NBP is the National Fiber Backbone Project. NGCP and Transcos signed a tripartite agreement with the DICT allowing DICT to use its dark fiber under the indivisible right of use. The NGCP grid was a vital key to the NBP as the use of its existing dark fiber will save the government time and resources versus building the backbone from scratch. Next slide, please. At present, the NBP is currently rolling out the first phase of its National Fiber Backbone project. The project aims to light up the 28 nodes in northern and central Luzon and provide internet connectivity connectivity, the two national government data centers, the GovNet project, and the pre-Wi-Fi point of presence in the regions. Next slide, please. The second component of MVP is the cable landing stations. The Luzon bypass infrastructure project is this project is the conduit of a high-speed information highway that will greatly improve the speed, affordability, and accessibility of broadband internet throughout the country. This will provide the DICT with at least 2 terabits of capacity for internet that will be distributed all over the country. In November 2021, the keys to the landing stations and repeater stations were handed over by BCDA to the DICT. The two international cable landing stations are located in Balen, Aurora, and San Fernando, La Union. These cable landing stations are connected by a 250-kilometer underground fiber optic conduit. We are currently installing the fiber optic cable inside these conduits. Next slide, please. The third component of MVP is the accelerated tower build. This aims to construct communication towers in missionary areas where private telcos cannot provide optical fiber solutions. This will also form part of the provincial broadband, which will cover the middle mile to last mile of the network. The fourth component of the MVP is the accelerated fiber build. The ICT is currently implementing GovNet, a network of interconnected government agencies, to a fiber optic cable network. This aims to help address the internet needs of the government for transparency, efficiency, and effective governance through information and communication technology. Next slide, please. As of October 2022, we have connected 981 government agencies online. Next slide, please. The fifth component, or last component of the NBP is the satellite overlay. We are looking at the low Earth orbit or LEO satellite solution that can offer better and potential more affordable access to rural communities and geographically isolated disadvantaged areas or GIDAs. We are studying possible strategies. These are the leasing of capacity, second, co-ownership, or build our own satellite communication infra. Next slide, please. By integrating NBP to the last mile network, the DICT can ensure the internet capacity will be delivered to its target beneficiaries. Next slide, please. The plan for the Palawan connectivity to the national fiber backbone is via a submarine cable. This is the Lucena-Ross Coron-Taytay submarine cable segments. Pre-Wi-Fi municipality points of presence or POPs and access points are being deployed by the ICT contractors now here in Palawan. A proposed government POP will be established in Puerto, Princesa to connect around 80 government agencies. While we are still securing the budget for the FOC connectivity for Palawan, we are proposing to include Palawan in the deployment of the satellite broadband solution next year. Next slide, please. That would be all. Thank you for inviting the ICT.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This is the last panel discussion for today's Sulong Palawan session. Here with us today, we're so lucky to have Vincent from PLE, Michael from Converse, to share with us their thoughts about connectivity and its importance in development. Vincent?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vince Rodriguez, and I'm actually quite nervous since my first time to see I'll call him Dean the last frontier. Now, when you talk about last mile collection, of course, this is looking at the underserved and underdeveloped, those which are hard to reach areas of our country, and connecting them to the main backbone of our network. When you talk about the last frontier, this is normally the last. By definition, a last frontier is normally something you do at the very, very end of something. No? Which led me to question why the title of the session was that, when in fact the way I would see Palawan is not as the last frontier, but rather the next great frontier because of your huge potential with regard to ecotourism. Yes. So that said, no, PLDT, we've been here in the lives of Filipinos for the past 90 years, serving you individuals, serving as families, and PLDT Enterprise, okay, serving you as a business. We have 837,000 kilometers of fiber network to support this country, and our development continues, no? To this very day. Perhaps later on we can go into a bit more detail. But the importance of connecting people is you need connected citizens to have a connected economy. And all of this is really leading us to one goal, which is to support the ICT. As far as the national ICT ecosystem framework is concerned, of which is the basis also, thank you, Marco, of the Digital Cities 2025. Internet connectivity, although it is very, very important, is just one of the things which we need to look at and consider when building a digital city, when building a digital nation, when building a digital Palawan. We're talking about, of course, infrastructure. Connectivity is there, no doubt. We're also talking about hard infrastructure, green infrastructure. We're talking about healthcare systems, bridges, education, and the like. We're talking about safety and security. We're also talking about cost effectiveness. And likewise, we are also talking about the local talent pool in the area. And all of these play a big role in supporting smart cities. But of course, first and foremost, a smart city is really built on strong, reliable, readily available, and most of all, secure connections. And we at PLDT, together with our wireless arm Smart, as well as our digital payments arm, Maya, and our ease of doing business and smart LG platform, Multisys, are here to work with you in building a digital Palawan. I'll begin with that.
Thank you, Vincent. Michael?
Okay. Wow, Vince, that was very insightful. Well, basically, what Vince said is true. You know, in the telco business, we might be competitors, no, on the trade level, but we're one in the same as far as nation building is concerned. It's everybody's dream to help the Filipinos. We are not only a business. You know, people look at us as a telco. In the case of Converge, we do not have any wireless mobile business. We specifically focus on fixed wire and pure fiber end to end. So we don't have a wireless. But we are aligned with what everybody wants. We want to be an enabler of the Filipinos to be competitive, not only here in the Philippines, but also compete against the rest of the world. Just like what Heidi was saying. Earlier, well, in the olden days, for those of you who are in the 50s range, everybody was trying to get an education, and after finishing education, probably leave your provinces and fight it out, dog eat dog world at the corporate battlefield in Manila and in Ortigas. They want to leave their product. What happens is you have a brain drain in the regions. With the advent of digitalization and with the advent of the e-commerce, you don't need to leave your beautiful home. You don't need to leave your beautiful island. You can have equal economic opportunities similar to a professional working in BGC or in Ayala. And the most important thing is you have connectivity. Now, Vince mentioned earlier, reliable connectivity, and all of that, we have that. Okay? But I think one key differentiator that we would like to feature is the word resiliency. And what is resiliency? Being being a tropical country, we are continuously hit by typhoons, disasters, calamities. So earthquakes, typhoons, and it's a common fact. Now, at Converge ICT, we invested heavily on technologies that will somehow prepare us from all of these natural calamities. And I think another value proposition for Converge is that we use the latest technology in construction. So in the olden days, when we do open trench construction to build our backbone, which is 1 meter, 1.5 meters width, 7 feet deep, and it takes what? Months to build several hundred meters of infra. That's the olden way. Nowadays, I'm pretty sure even the other players like PLDT are also using horizontal directional drilling, which is what's being done by advanced countries. So we're bringing in the technology by ensuring that we are able to deliver not only in a timely manner, but in an accelerated manner, cost efficient, and we would like to bring down the cost of connectivity into the country. Let me just cite to you an example. My boss, Sir Dennis Anthony, went to Europe recently for a seminar, and they found out in some advanced countries, a port, the port is actually, it's the mesh, it's a inventory that's used for you to be able to serve the internet. The cost to build a port in Europe would easily fetch you 1,000 euros. So if you will build, let's say, 10,000 ports or 10,000 internet lines for a particular area, you multiply that by 1,000 euros. That's the cost to build the infra. In our case, since we have friends from the Asia Pacific, we're able to source our equipments a lot cheaper. And I think the cost to build for us is like in the range of $200. So in Q1 2023, hopefully, if the weather permits and if by the grace of the Almighty, 14,000 ports will be fired up in Coron, Taytay, and Puerto Princesa. So in monetary value, the investment of Converge in Palawan is close to $3 million, roughly around 170 million pesos. That's just the initial. Because like all the other towns that our backbone passes through, we are going to move heaven and earth, and we're going to do our darnest best to cover as many cities and municipalities in Palawan so that we will be true with our vision and mission to bridge the digital divide by serving the unserved and the underserved, by bringing you world-class, pure, fiber, end-to-end technology.
Thank you, Michael. I am now going to ask the audience one question. Can you imagine a world without your cell phones and your internet? You cannot anymore, we cannot. Thank you so much for your thoughts. I have one question and I'm addressing it to the two of you. Vincent, everybody now is talking about satellite interconnection and technology, and Elon Musk, his name is being talked about everywhere now, especially by the IT guys. Can you explain maybe what this is all about and how it will affect everybody?
So right now, we mainly rely on fiber for both our data centers as well as our fixed and wireless operations here in the country. With the advent of low orbit satellites or LEO, what will happen is this will provide an option for people to access internet and broadband services using satellite. Uh, yes, it's an emerging technology. Yes, like Verge mentioned earlier, we are also looking at it as PLDT. There are 6 players right now in the world. SpaceX is just one of them. And of course, we in our own right as telcos are talking and exploring this. However, although it has proven to reach far-flung areas, unserved areas, where we have not yet extended our services. One thing which we're looking at is the affordability, number one. The cost of putting up or accessing the services. It requires a one-time charge or initial cash outlay of around $500, $600, plus a monthly recurring charge or a plan in layman's terms of around 3,000 pesos. And these are just the initial things we're looking at. We don't know what services or what value-added service will be involved with this. Likewise, we have yet to see how this will support the current 4G, 5G operations of the country, given a huge amount of users. So yes, technology is here. Yes, it is something which we are looking at, but something emerging would need to be studied further and understood.
Thank you.
Michael, your thoughts?
Okay, so I like what you said because I too am a parent. When I was growing up, just to share a little story and to give you a little smile and an advice as a parent to a fellow parent. In the olden days, your parents would have probably administered corporal punishment when you did something wrong, correct? It's either you get your papa's chinelas and, hit you at the bottom or something, or they tell you to go wash the dishes. That's the way we were disciplined before. You want to discipline your children now, you turn off the Wi-Fi at home. And you will have them by the neck. You can literally ask them to do anything under the sun, just turn on the Wi-Fi back. I'm not kidding. In Manila, there was a point in time when Manila water services were interrupted due to an accident. That wasn't their fault. It's not their fault. It was an accident. So for a couple of days, like I think 4 or 5 days, there was no water service in the city of Manila. So the water company, which I will not mention anymore the name, distributed water all over the city of Manila. So no one complained. Instead of you going to the shower and conveniently having your cold and hot shower, they would use the tabo method, which is the state-of-the-art way of taking a bath. No one complained. 4 days, no water. 1 day, no internet. It's the end of the world. Tama po? When Maslow did the hierarchy of needs, he forgot about the internet. Because at that time, the internet was not there. This is the way we live now. This is the way we talk to each other. This is the way we learn. This is the way we entertain ourselves. Some people at a very late age, literally, like example, my own father, is now madly in love with a new fling of his life. And we call it Netflix. Diba? He takes his phone with him 24 hours a day. Even, he barely holds my mother's hand. But his phone, it's on him 24/7. Kulang na lang gawin mo siya waterproof and bring it to the shower. Now, kidding aside, going back to the question on the satellite. Yes, the technology is there, but as what Vincent mentioned, it's too expensive for the function it delivers. But then again, there are so many players, suppliers, that eventually the cost will go down. If I remember correctly, 17 years ago, when I went to Palawan and did the initial design of the voice and DSL of the previous company used to work for, VSAT was being used by your state universities here in Palawan. And VSAT stands for Very Small Aperture Transmission. And it talks to low-level satellites. But the monthly service fee at that time was in the hundreds of thousands a month. And the speed is a whopping 1.5 Mbps. And you pay 120,000 pesos a month. But nowadays, your 1,500 can easily give you 200 Mbps. Okay, so yes, there will come a time that these VSATs will become affordable when there are more players. And similar to the way we build, the cost per port now has significantly reduced. That's why we can now afford to lay down our submarine cables and link Palawan. So the way you guys, if you saw my presentation earlier, and for those of you who would like to see it again, we can probably flash it. But you guys are connected to Mindoro through Coron. And then from Coron, it goes down to Taytay, and then there's the terrestrial backbone. Terrestrial means it's on the ground, and it's underground. Okay? Now, when I mention the word resiliency, it's our ability to restore if the line gets cut. So how do we do it? I'll share to you a little secret. We do it in rings. Imagine nyo na every 300 meters, there's an aerial equivalent to our underground. So even if our underground gets cut somewhere, let's say from Puerto Princesa going to Nara, along the way there are aerial redundancies wherein we can switch and go up. So it's a series of rings. The primary is the underground, it gets cut along the way, then we route it to the aerial. As soon as we pass by the collapsed bridge, knock on wood, we link it back to our underground again. In that way, whenever there's outages, we can easily restore it in hours. And the worst, within 24 hours. And that's what I mean when we say resiliency. And I think that also applies to all the other carriers. We have that.
Thank you, Michael. Vincent.
Yeah, I just want to add, in adopting any emerging technology, whether it be an IoT solution or a satellite service, the question you really need to ask yourself is why? Why am I adopting this? And do I plan to use it to connect my barangays? Do I plan to use it to connect my businesses, the MSMEs? Do I plan to use it to connect the hospitals? Or do I plan to use it for emergency services? Because VSAT, as Michael mentioned, has been around for a while. In fact, VSAT phones are often availed of by LGUs and used for emergency situations. Yes, only. Thank you. So, do you need VSAT technology? Ask yourselves why. Satellite technology. Why would you want to use it? If you're using it for your main connectivity, probably not yet. But if you plan to use it for emergency situations, and then yes, it would prove very, very useful. So let's start with that question. Bakit ba natin gusto makonect? And which connectivity option is best for us? Fixed, wireless, satellite, so on.
Vincent, thank you. I think we have in Palawan, we have had a taste of the no connectivity when Odette hit us in December 17, when nobody could communicate for 5 days or even 6 days, and we were really like marooned. So maybe for emergencies like that, we need something like that, but only for emergency. Now I would like to open for questions from the participants. Would you like to address your questions to? Yes, please.
Tanong na po na, pwede na ba magtagalog?
Opo. pwede po.
Sir Ambassador. Thank you for inviting me, Ms. Heidi, from this rin. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. I am from El Nido, I'm with the Chamber of Commerce. I just have concerns sa DICT. Kay ma'am, nandyan pa po ba kayo? This is with regards to the online business permitting na 2019 pa nila na launch. Which is hanggang ngayon, sa El Nido hindi pa posible because unstable na supply ng power, unstable ang internet. So, hindi natin po masisi si LGU kung gano'n naman, hindi nila ma-implement ang gusto po ng DICT. Concern lang, hindi naman question. Okay? As regards to our gentleman there, the PLDT and the converts, to the executive level, alam po namin na gusto nyo ang talagang magandang serbisyo. But were you able to check on the ground yung mga lineman ninyo on how they connect? Kasi po sa El Nido parang pansit, alam mo yun, may isang tapik lang ng ibon putol. So don't meet nagkakaproblema minsan. And I don't know with other LGUs kung meron silang ganun sa mga kalsada nila. So maybe, yun po maybe you could check with your lineman kasi po doon nagkakaproblema eh. Sa El Nido, ilang linggo na po ang PLDT consumption po sa amin. Totoo lang. Opo. Pati si Paleco, wala rin, magmura ka, wala rin. Di ba? Stress lang. So, certain words, maganda rin po yung plano natin. Napakaganda po ng mga plano. So, the main problem maybe for me, hindi sa inyo po, sa ground level ninyo. Doon po yung mga lineman natin kung paano nila kinakunik. Sa isang ihip lang ng hangin, nasisira na agad ng mga connections. Ako, dalawang sa bahay at sa office magkaiba. Sa bahay ko blog, sa office ko PLDT kasi alam ko mas reliable lang PLDT. So sana po, yun po tingnan natin yung ground level ninyo. And Ma'am DICT, yun lang po ang concern ko. Thank you so much po.
I'd like to react, ma'am. No? Your concern is not unique to El Nido. It's unique across the entire Philippines. Now, when you mention the word lines, spaghetti, so that's normal. Marami po niyan sa buong Pilipinas. And most of these spaghetti lines that you see are copper lines. Mataba po yun, it's almost the size of a thumbnail. No? The one that we use now is fiber optics. Yeah, maliliit din. Oh, okay. Ma'am, it has to do with, we need to talk to the electric cooperatives, the electric providers. Kasi po, meron kaming pinapalo na engineering standards that conform to the electric companies. If the main power lines are very low already, hindi kami pwedeng umantay yung telco lines ka-level ng power. We have to go down at least a meter down or 1.5 meters. So we need to coordinate with our electric cooperatives kasi baka mamaya sobrang antiquated na rin yung kanilang lines that they need to put taller poles so that they can lift the power lines so the telco providers are able to have enough space to roll out. Number two, kung fiber technology na po ang ginagamit namin, I can assure you, mas magaan mo ang mga lines ng fiber compared to copper. So, mas maliit po siya. The sagging probability, sagging, so English, hindi banana, the sagging factor will be much lower kasi lundo kung sa Tagalog. Since nag-Tagalog po kayo, medyo nanonosbleed po ako sa Tagalog nyo, hindi masyadong lulundo ang inyong linya, ginang, kasi po magaan po ang fiber optics. Just to give you an idea, ang fiber optics po, pag binuksan ninyo yung wire na yan, mas manipis pa po sa buhok nyo. It's much thinner than your hair. And it does not use power. It uses light, ilaw po. So kahit mabasa po ang fiber optic lines, walang probability of grounding. Kung naka-DSL kayo, you will be using copper. Kung naka-cable internet kayo, you're still using copper. If copper is nabasa dahil umulan, mag-ground. Pag nag-ground, sigurado babagsak ang quality ng signal nyo. That's why you will have difficulty. That's why the way of the future on how we serve the internet with fast, efficient, reliable, and resilient networks should be using fiber optic technology. Now, ang fiber optics po, maraming generation. Yung unang-unang fiber technology is PON, passive optical network, meaning to say wala pong kuryente, ilaw, kaya siya may word na passive. The second generation of the PON technology is EPON. Hindi po yung pag-iimpok ng pera sa bangko. It's EPON, as in Ethernet Passive Optical Network. Unfortunately, the technology can only give you 100 Mbps. Hanggang 100 na po kasi Ethernet Passive Optical Network. We have to upgrade to GPON technology. And G stands for not the other telco company. It stands for Gigabit Passive Optical Network. We did wait, there's more. Hindi pa kami natatapos dun sa GPON. We did 10 GPON, as what I showed earlier. So currently, 10 GPON is the same technology being used in South Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, and Vietnam. Just to cite si Ambassador Dandan, alam niyo po ba yung penetration rate na tinatawag? It's the number of households in a particular country and the number of internet ports na ginagawa. Vietnam, because they started from literally war-torn, sira po yung bansa nila. When they built the infra ng telco nila, they were able to build a penetration rate of almost 90%. So if you have 100,000 homes, 90,000 ports na nakalatag. So literally everybody is now connected. And that is our dream, to connect the unserved and the underserved Filipinos. That includes the beautiful islands, the different islands of Palawan. So hopefully darating tayo doon. Slowly we will work together.
Actually, very good insights from Michael. Ano pong pangalan niyo? Magkatagalog po ako kasi kiniyak po ako ng papagkam ng dayuhan. Paglabas ko ng mga. Pleased to meet you po. I'd like to offer po a different perspective sa sinabi niyo. Yes, please let me know. I'll leave you my card later in case those lines are ours. We'll have a look at it. Pero personnel, on-ground personnel is just one possible P that we're looking at. There is something which we can, and if we work with them, that will really be corrective. Meron po tayong tinatawag na preventive measure, or more proactive rather. And this is the P, which is planning. A lot of these lives, no matter how we correct the personnel, whether it's ours or other providers, wala po magagawa yan kung yung infrastructure, kung yung paglatag ng infrastructure ay mali to begin with. Which is why what we've done in cities such as Cavite, we have worked with the good governor, Governor John de Cremulya, in building what we call a managed broadband network solution. Now, ang ginawa po namin, hindi lang po namin tingnan ang isang installation or isang access point, or isang area. Ang ginawa po namin, tinignan na namin yung buong lalawigan at nagplano po kami based on that. If you take it from the other side, na nagsimula tayo sa planning, higher provincial planning, pag yung naayos po natin at na-plansya natin yun on that level, mas may iwasan po natin yung mga incidents na may mga wires na hindi dapat nandun, na nagdadangle, na lulubog. Kasi we would have already created provisions for this not to happen in the first place. So yes, all of us will look at our personnel. But let us start with planning, working together with the LGUs in building that smart city the right way. That way yung foundation ko, which is connectivity in this case, is built correctly and we avoid such on-the-ground problems.
Thank you.
Ma'am,
I think
hello, yes, good afternoon po, Venus from the ICT. Yes, I'd like to comment po dun sa IPPLS po na nilaunch noong 2019. Nag-run po siya through internet po ng telco. Kaya kung hindi mahina ang service ng telco, medyo magkakaproblema po nga na maran po yung EPPLS software po. Now, konting kembot na lang po, at nandiyan na po yung fiber. Meron na pong submarine cable na maglalan sa dyan sa Palawan from Converge, and then dire-diretso na po yan, abot na po yan ng El Nido, fiber na po kayo dyan. Then by next year, so dire-diretso na po ang processing ng software ninyo, and then mas mabilis po yung transaction. Yan lang po.
Thank you po, thank you.
Can I have a follow-up to what our friend from the ICT? I think together with the other telco providers, all of us are in partnership with the DICT on the national backbone. So a term was mentioned earlier. So it's a telco term called IRU. No? It's actually an arrangement wherein if we have available dark fibers in our cable landing station, then we do let the government or DICT use those infra rather than sila mismo ang gumawa. Remember, the cost to build a submarine cable system is what? In the hundreds and hundreds of millions of pesos. So, like last year lang alone, Converge invested like 8 billion pesos for the domestic submarine cable. So we have that already in the northern part of Palawan. And then Vince mentioned kanina yung smart city. And that's one of our reasons also why we want to power Palawan. Is because the smart city is not only a science fiction story that you see in the movies. It's actually a reality. You know, the Internet of Things, like for example, you forgot to turn off the aircon at home. Maswerte na that your aircon is a smart aircon. So you can easily call, hey Google, turn off aircon master's bedroom. Papatayin niya. And you are what? You are on your way to Manila for a conference and you have a stable internet connection. Those are the things that smart homes, smart cities are able to do, but you cannot do that without the aid of the infrastructure of the internet. Key to note also, ma'am, is that one of our strengths also in Converge ICT is, if you notice, has any of you been to Clark or to Subic? Have you been there? It's a very nice place, no? You know, and try to cross an intersection without yielding at a stop sign. Oh, nahuli ka na mama, no? Wala kang sasakyan. Sige. Ideally, just like in the US, every intersection, you need to do a full stop regardless whether there are vehicles that are crossing. It's a way for pedestrians to be safe and the other motorists to give way. You ignore that sign and you continue to cross the street, you're fine until such time that you exit Subic or Clark. When you exit, they will show you your picture, your car, the plate number of your car, and whatever burger you were chewing on while you were being, your picture was taken on. You can't deny it. You're there. That's part and parcel of the technologies of the smart city. So we're very proud that we helped build the Smart City Command Center of the Metro Manila Development Authority in Manila. Also in Angeles, in Makati, and so many others. So this is what we bring to the table for Palawan. So you want an ICT, a digitally empowered island without having to sacrifice the natural resources. No, technology doesn't have to mean that we have to forego our God-given responsibility of taking care of nature. technology can actually coexist with nature without having to destroy it. Diba? So, and this is what we plan to do. And oh, by the way, Converge being newly publicly listed, one of our corporate imperatives is actually to go green, to reduce our carbon emission by actually ensuring that most of the technologies that we use are eco-friendly.
Thank you, Michael. Sir, actually, I'm glad po na Michael mentioned Clark because if you go to Clark, like I do often, you will see one of our 10 purposely built data centers. I mentioned purposely built kasi karamihan po ng ibang data centers, nagtatayo lang po sila sa old refurbished building, whereas yung data centers po namin, the PLDT, it was built po for the ground up with a specific purpose of being a data center. And of course, come 2023, you will see our 11th hyperscaler data center, which is not only the biggest in the country in terms of capacity, but is also LEED certified, therefore supporting infrastructure. Now, you have to excuse me, no? I normally don't read text messages, especially when I'm talking, but I received a text message from a colleague saying, this, sabi naman po from ma'am from the ICT, na si PLDT, meron din po tayong 500 kilometers of submarine fiber cable in Palawan, including our latest landing station in Sibaltan, Palawan, which connects El Nido to Salvador Rojas, as well as New Agatuya San Vicente to Napsan, Puerto, Princesa. So yes, we are also very heavily invested in supporting their connectivity here in Palawan through our new cable landing stations, just as our colleagues, Catelcos, we call them, from Converge.
Thank you, Vincent. Any more reaction, comment, please? And then, you're next. Can you go here, the telephone, the microphone already? Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Mr. Latoso from National Housing Authority. Gusto ko pong i-comment yung Converge and then PLDT sa topics po particularly this afternoon. Kami po sa housing sector, particularly po yung aming po mga nasa relocation sites, yung aming po mga beneficiaries are actually wanting to avail the services of PLDT and Converge. And not only po kanina, there was this amendment dun po sa ownership ng ating mga companies, which is a very welcoming act dun po sa mga foreign investors. So, lalo-lalo na sa telecoms po. Ang tanong ko po, with this initiative, of course, darami po yung ating mga investor na foreign companies. Would there be possibility po na pwede po kayong mag-push the price ng PLDT and then Converge? Because I know for a fact po na sa ating pong mga malalayong barangays or rural areas, more people are wanting to connect with internet. But the sad thing is, with the rising inflation, hindi po natin magawa yun kasi nga po, of course, people are wanting to provide first food on their table. So, is there a possibility na yan na ma-reduce po yung price, especially Converge?
Okay, since you mentioned especially Converge, so mauna na ako, Vince, if you don't mind. Okay, thank you. Sir, what's your name?
Hermie, sir. Hermie.
Hermie, maraming salamat, Hermie. You asked that wonderful question. Because our idea is really to bring true to our calling of providing internet to the underserved and unserved Filipinos. We're glad to announce that the Converge ICT is the first to roll out fixed wire merong GPON modem na prepaid. We are the first to roll out in the Philippines. So yung relocation site po ninyo sa Palawan, wherein yun yata nakatira yung mga less fortunate brothers natin. Sa Puerto Princesa po ba ito or sa spread all over Palawan?
Yes, sir. We have Brooks Point, we have Ross,
Okay, so we can probably work with our local government counterparts, no? Wherein, iba remember, education for us is something that we really value.
Yes.
Case in point, during the pandemic, when a lot of children could not go to school because of the lockdowns, the city of San Juan had a problem. Ang dami nilang estudyante na hindi makakapasok sa school, and they will be set back 1 year. Can you imagine your children will be set back by 1 year hanggang sa maging professional sila? So the problem was how to give them internet connectivity for them to attend online classes sa DepEd. So the city of San Juan worked with Converge and asked us, can you create a product para sa less fortunate brothers and mga estudyante natin sa city of San Juan? So roughly around, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it's in the range of 6,000 to 7,000 connectivity where the local government of San Juan paid for the connectivity, but the internet connection sa bahay ng less fortunate nating brothers and sisters sa San Juan can only visit the modular sites of DepEd, so that these children can actually attend their online classes, complete their modules, and able to graduate kasama ng the rest. Kasi sila po yung less fortunate. Marami po tayong ganyang mga proyekto. Alam namin ang gobyerno, maraming budget po. Gusto niyo pong makatulong sa constituents ninyo. Gusto niyo pong mahalin kayo ng mga yan habang kayo'y nabubuhay at hanggang nasa kabilang buhay na kayo. Bigyan niyo po sila ng infrastructure ng internet na tutulong sa mga anak nila na maging competitive na katulad as if nag-aral ka sa mga Ivy League school sa Manila. Hindi ibig sabihin na mahirap kayo. Wala na kayong equal opportunity na mag-compete sa mga graduates ng mga magagandang eskwelahan. Hindi rason ng kahirapan para hindi ka umangat. Nandyan po ang internet. And the local government has that responsibility, and you have that technology that we will provide to help the less fortunate people in the Philippines. We have a prepaid internet service. And meron din po kaming mas mababang plans specifically suited para dun sa mga less fortunate. I can go into the details. I will share our contact details. And for those of you who are interested to learn how Converge can help the local government in providing internet connectivity to the poorest of the poor, usap tayo. Sabi ni Vice President.
Follow-up question lang, sir. One last follow-up
Opo.
question. PLDT po. Sir, ito po yung tanong ko lang, and then, siguro po, isip ko lang to kasi marami rin po kasing sa opisina kasi nagtatanong din. Siguro, wild idea lang. With the advent of technology mo kaya, sir, hindi mo kaya possible na, halimbawa, kasi yung mga tendency mo kasi nawawalan tayo ng internet. Let's say, 3 days, 4 days. Nakapili mo tayo, di ba? Let's say, postpaid kasi yan. Pwede mo kaya, let's say, ma-reduce din yung bill natin for 3 days so wala tayong connection?
I understand. Actually, it's a very good question earlier. First of all, let me tackle what you said earlier about pricing. So, with regard to pricing, price is always negotiable. But the conversation we would also like to have with you is with regard to usage and consumption. Kasi minsan po, nag-subscribe tayo sa plan, pero padami po ng padami ang ating applications, padami po ng padami ang ating users, at mga gumagamit. So this is something which we would need to have to talk with you as individuals, as businesses, to make sure that you are subscribing to the correct plan. That's number one. Number two, what we've done to support local government units is again referring to what I mentioned earlier, which is our managed broadband network solution. We work with local government units, provincial, municipal, as well as even the barangay levels, for the LGs which actually build their infrastructure. We work with them so that they are able to actually allocate a portion of what they subscribe to na libre for their users. two specific users, which they have been talking about in the past 2, 3, 4 years. Number one is, of course, the students. And number two, the work from home people, especially in the BPO sector. One thing about, which is why I mentioned pricing earlier. Yes, pricing is one conversation, but another conversation is usage. Through the managed broadband solution, the LGUs are also able to allocate or determine what a particular user, given their profile, can access. For example, one LGU is putting up a free Wi-Fi for students in their municipal halls at certain times. Another case, a BPO is asking us to help monitor the usage of their employees at home to make sure that they are accessing business applications only during business hours, or fine, a few window for personal. So those are some of the executions. Now, with regard to your last point, yes, if in some cases where the customer contacts us and say, Vince, nagka-problema kami sa aming internet for this particular time, as long as we're able to determine whether that's the case, we have been known to provide rebates to our customers. So yes, that can be done. We just need po to get some details. We can work with you on a case to case basis. It's very hard po to answer very blanketly. But yes, it has been done. We do not we provide our customers with either a rebate or we don't charge them for the period na wala silang internet as long as it's full. Because totoo naman po, bakit naman yung po babayaran ang service na hindi nyo po nagamit. So please call us up. Let's have a conversation. Again, I'll give you my contact details. Please feel free to give me a call 23/7. In 24/7. In 24 hours, you charge po ang telepono.
Thank you, Vincent. Ma'am, your turn.
Okay, good afternoon po. Ako po si Madonna, President po ng Palawan Precious Life Foundation. Susundan ko lang po yung concern ni Sir. So, number one is yes to affordable package plan po para sa internet connection. And yung second po yung rebates. Kasi naranasan po namin minsan 3 days to 1 week talaga na walang services. Pero yung binabayaran namin buo pa rin. Okay. So, with regards po sa Palawan Precious Life Foundation, pinag-usapan natin kanina yung impact sa business and marami pa po. But I'm giving you a new perspective po pagdating sa yung other impact pa po ng magandang internet connection. So, sa foundation namin, we are currently serving blind people. So, meron po kami mga blind people na inaalagaan. Tinuturuan sila gumamit ng smartphone. Kasi as long as lahat naman tayo concerned sa kanila, so paano sila makakasabay, lalo na yung pandemic. So, kailangan nila mag-online registration kasi yung iba sumasabay sa regular schooling. Yung iba gusto nila mag-online selling, pero syempre nga, blind sila. So, paano nila gagawin? Since nandito po yung foundation na tumutulong sa kanila, so nakapatapos na po kami ng 3 batches na marunong na po sila lahat mag-smartphone. Marunong na po sila mag-email, marunong na po sila mag-text message, marunong na po silang mag-call. So, yung karamihan po sa kanila, nabigyan na po talaga ng magandang opportunity para maging competitive sila at makasabay naman sila sa mga sighted na katulad po natin. So, ganun talaga siya kahalaga. So, ngayon meron po kaming isang trainer na blind po siya, pero computer programmer siya. So, ganun kahalaga sa kanya yung internet connection kasi he was hired by a US company. since blind siya, yung mobility kasi mahirap. So, he has to stay at home. Pero, yun nga, nakapagtrabaho pa rin siya as a computer programmer. Pero blind po siya. So, yung dalawa namin, work passer na sila, so mga lisensyado teachers na sila, nakapagturo na sila sa mga public school. So, tuloy-tuloy po ngayon yung advocacy namin para sa mga blind people, para po, kasi meron pong mga nakaranas sa kanila na depressed talaga. So, sumailang sa depression. So, nung marunong na sila gumamit ng smartphone, nakakapag-access sila, nakakapag-post sila sa social media. So, na-express na nila ng gusto yung sarili nila. So, hindi na kailangan ng doktor. So, pwede na rin silang mag-group chat. Meron din po isa nakakapag-video call na. So, pag tumatawa sila minsan sa akin, hindi lang audio, naka-video call. Although hindi na ako nakikita. So, ganun po kaalaga. And, salamat.
Sorry, what's your name now?
Madonna.
Madonna, how many people are you talking about?
Sa Android phone po na nakapag-training, there were around 60. Tapos, ngayon po kasi yung pinaka-latest namin is tinap namin sila sa TESDA for the food and beverage training. So, meron na kami mga food servers ng blind only in Palawan.
Right. I'll tell you what, actually, I'd like to challenge what you said, hindi na kailangan doctor. But maybe they need a doctor in a very, very different way. So on the, I right now would like to commit to you that we will go back to Palawan and give you a medical mission specific to your cause. We'll work together with the provincial government. We will work, this will be done through our MWell application, which allows them to services, medical service, emergency services, using their mobile device. So we will come back here po and give them medical kits as well. Palitan po tayo ng contact details. Let us just work lang po with the provincial government of Palawan to make this happen. And we'd like to understand how best to serve this group of people, not only as subscribers, but as Filipinos. So that's what we have to offer po. Pabalik po kami dito to offer you that together with M1.
Thank you very much, Madonna, for sharing your story and then your advocacy. Thank you. That is an example of a quick response. Thank you, PLDT.
Nakahanap tuloy sila ng marketing.
Other questions? Yes, sir. Ang Maginoong Mamang Puti ang buhok. Tama ba yung Tagalog ko?
Senior citizen na rin, sir.
Hindi po. Pambata, sir.
Rudy Flores, sir, from Provincial Planning. Aking concern.
Sige po, Carly.
Wala ka lang kung kanino ko i-address tungkol sa resiliency ng ating infrastructure. Kasi it's been a dilemma kasi sa lahat siguro nationwide. After the storm, problema talaga tayo sa signal. Lahat naman tayo gusto magkaroon ng signal kaagad. So meron ba tayong sistema o kaya pwedeng i-suggest sa mga malayong munisipyo na matagal maka-recover pagdating sa communication after storm? Meron bang
solusyon?
Solusyon tungkol dyan?
Marami, sir. Marami pong solusyon.
Nandito rin yung mga taga-munisipyo, sir, sana mabigyan sa insight.
Marami pong solusyon. During natural calamities like storms, kung hindi nyo natatanong, at the height of Odette, when it landed in the Visayas, I was in our executive house sa Cebu. I was in the middle of the storm. So, I know how it felt having no water, no electricity, and no internet. But because, kung sasagutin ko po yung tanong ni Ka Rudy, okay ba yung tawagin kitang Ka Rudy? Rudy Fernandez. Ay, hindi po. Rudy Flores, kala ko Fernandez eh. The way our network is designed is we make it into rings. Ring configuration. The olden way, how we design the network is linear design. So from point A to point B, you draw a straight line, yun na yun. When that line is cut along the way, then, so you build another line from point A to point B. And what if that line gets cut again? You build the third line, linear. Imagine ninyo rings, circle. Each circle is linked to the other circle. And this circle is linked to the other circle. If my primary line is nasa taas, naputol siya, dadaan ako sa ibaba. Then it goes to the next ring. If there's no breakage, tuloy-tuloy lang siya na nasa ibaba. Kaya po, yung aming backbone, terrestrial backbone, is made this way. Meron po kaming underground, may kaparallel po yan na aerial na nasa taas. In the event that by freak accident, nag-construct si DPWH, tinamaan yung fiber backbone namin, naputol, don't worry. When we dispatch our crew, kung saan yung point of failure, we attach it to the aerial para ma-bypass namin. So mabilis po namin na-restore. And currently, at the height of Odette, I was in Cebu. Vice Mayor Mike Rama at that time, hindi pa siya nanalo, and si Mayor Jonas ng Mandaue acknowledged us because we were the first to fire up internet services right after Odette. I think that was sometime first week ng February. So we fired up kasi na-restore na po. Kahit wala pong kuryente ang Cebu kasi we didn't have any electricity. Everything is powered by a genset. And in fairness to the other providers, tulong-tulong ho kami na nag-restore. In fact, PLDT, Globe, kami, we were all at the trenches trying to correct lahat ng posting bumagsak, lahat ng linya, tulong-tulong ho para bumalik. Pero because maybe kami po ang pinakabatang network, kaya po medyo bago yung design. So, Karudi, sana nasagot ko yung tanong mo kung bakit resilient yung aming network. And that is how we design our submarine cable systems as well. Meron tayong resiliency.
Thank you so much, Michael. The way I would answer that was relatively quickly. 3 points. One is preventive. Like Converge, we also use the same technology, which is the ring or loop technology. That way, para pong patong-patong yan, para pong kadena, imbit ng tali, na nag-loop po bawat connection. That way, you can jump to another access point. Pag nag-down po isa, hindi po parang linya, pag nag-break yan, parang train, buong train derail, hindi po ganun. So, next is corrective. In the event naman po na may bagyo, o may earthquake, or may pinsala, a disaster, as you call it, ang ginagawa po namin is, I think it's our ability to respond fairly quickly. And I have to give this, this is not an exclusive PLDT smart thing, but like Michael said, this is something which is the other telcos do as well, Blue, as well as Converge. Na pag meron pong calamity, which befalls our nation, we forget our colors, and we go in po as sort of like an ad hoc team to work on that area. So quick response is also very, very important to us. But again, the most important thing, which, and I'm glad you're planning, is again, proactive. Kailangan po yung approach natin. So I guess, when planning out a connectivity for a province, barangay, city, or location, we need to be there working with you sa planning stage pa lang. That way, we make sure na malatag po namin properly yung aming mga cables. And we place our access points where you need them the most. So please do involve us in the planning. Please do work with us. Kasi as we say in PLT Enterprise, we need to do this together.
Thank you, Vincent. Any more questions?
Napansin niyo parang maraming tanong sa third track compared sa
Yes. We have time for 2 more questions. And then we can round it up.
Wala nang gusto magtanong.
So, can we ask for messages from the two of you.
Okay, so being the youngest, no, the youngest network, please accept our deepest gratitude. Alam niyo po, malapit na matapos yung network namin sa Coron, Taytay, and Puerto Princesa. Wala po kaming narinig na nagka-problema kami sa permits and licenses in the province of Palawan. So saludo kami sa Palawan, hindi kami nagka-problema sa inyo. Okay? Yun yung sinasabi ni Governor na, you know, let's remove all the red tape, let's remove the bureaucracy. If it's for the betterment of everyone, then let's do it. So, again, thank you. Maraming salamat. And at last, makakabalik na ako ulit sa Palawan. So, I plan to finish the low-level design kasi ako mismo will take part in the designing kung saan ilalagay yung network access point sa bawat town na kung saan kami dumaan. I will involve myself heavily because Palawan is very close to me. Dahil yun na nga, dati 17 years ago nandito. Ako nag-lay down ng network ng kabila. This time I have the opportunity to bring fiber internet to Palawan. So I would like to do it again. Ako mismo will be on the ground to execute the design. To make sure that each and every home, office, government agency, government office is connected by a converged fiber internet. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Michael. So, on behalf of PLD Enterprise, we'd like to thank the provincial government of Palawan, the Palawan Business Club, and of course my alma mater, the Center for Research and Communication, for inviting us to this event. When we were preparing for this event, I asked my teammates how best to go about this. I told them, you know what, let's not go there and have a presentation. Let us go there and have a conversation, which is why we in PLD Enterprise have been going around together with the ICT and together with NICP to have what we call our hashtag Usapang Smart Cities. Because a smart city is a connected city. And for us to be able to build a connected city, we need to be connected to the needs of the provinces, the cities, the municipalities, the barangays, the constituents. And we can only have that by having not a presentation, but a conversation. So again, on behalf of PLD Enterprise, we'd like to thank you for this opportunity, and I'd like to end with a quotation. That alone, we can go fast, but together, we can go far. Therefore, we look forward to working with you, coming back, and going, hashtag further together, Sulong Palawan. Maraming salamat po.
Vincent, don't you think we had a conversation? Don't you think you had a conversation?
Actually, yes, I think we had a very, very good conversation.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for all the questions, and thank you very much for this. Thank you very much, Business Club. Good afternoon. I am
Thank you very much. Is our representative from the ICT still on board po? Any last word from the ICT? Wala na po.
Hello, good afternoon. Yeah, on behalf of, hello ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.